Captain Panya couldn't stop himself from rushing toward the scattered battle uniforms and lifeless bodies. His fists clenched tightly as he stared at the blood-stained remains, grief and anger boiling within him. Panya, they're gone. Mourning them won't change anything, a veteran named Lu said in a low, gruff voice. What happened here? Another voice cut in. A man named Wang approached with a curious expression. A mixed-race youth beside him grinned and explained, Uncle Wang, my father sent me out here for combat training. Old Lu and Ka Long are protecting me, and we even hired a warlord-level squad for extra security. But now, 5 out of 6 members of their squad are dead. Only 1 survived. 6 of them, and 5 perished. A deep, incredulous voice rumbled from a towering brute beside them. That squad must have been pitifully weak. Mr. Li, Lu said respectfully, it wasn't that the Tiger Fong squad was weak. While we were out training, 2 of our squad members were killed in a monster attack at our base. Then, while resting on the 6th floor of a building, we were ambushed by a massive monster horde. 3 more died in the chaos. Wang frowned slightly, his expression darkening. Strange, the brute muttered. Monster hordes rarely attack fighters' hideouts twice in a row. Something isn't right. Wang's voice dropped to a near whisper. This isn't coincidence. Someone orchestrated this. Someone who has a grudge against the Tiger Fong squad. Hidden in the shadows of a bathroom on the 2nd floor of a nearby residential building, Luo Feng barely breathed, listening intently. You figured it out so quickly? He thought, startled. Panya turned, his face grim. Uncle Wang, are you certain? The mixed-race youth also looked puzzled, waiting for Wang's response. Your father has enemies, but they are all war gods. A war god wouldn't waste time hunting down a child like you. It would only provoke your father's wrath. And if a war god wanted you dead, you wouldn't have survived your first day outside the headquarters city. The young man nodded in understanding. Your father made a wise decision, Wang continued. Li Wei, this training is invaluable, but your combat skills are still lacking. What's your current fitness level? Wang asked. I'm at an intermediate warlord level, but I can only handle most low-level commander-class monsters, Li Wei admitted. Wang clicked his tongue in disappointment. Mediocre. No, below mediocre. Humans are more intelligent than monsters. Even a horde leader's intelligence is comparable to a human's. A true fighter should be able to battle monsters of the same level, if not higher. Exceptional fighters can even take on beasts a tier above them. Yet you, with an intermediate warlord's fitness level, struggle against low-level commanders? You still need a lot more training. Li Wei lowered his head and nodded earnestly. Your parents spent a fortune on your development, Wang continued, and you do have talent. With their support, you have a solid chance of reaching war god level within a decade. But only real battle experience will take you there. No one will respect you as just another spoiled rich kid. When you step into the palace of war gods, only then will people recognize your strength. Understood, Uncle Wang, Li Wei said through clenched teeth, his determination ignited. With a father who was a first-generation fighter and a mother among the elite war gods of the European Union, Li Wei had been born into privilege. Even without stepping into the wilderness, his genetics alone had elevated him to an intermediate warlord level. If his parents invested further in him, achieving the rank of war god wouldn't be out of reach. Panya, silent until now, finally spoke. Senior, may I ask, what exactly is the Palace of War Gods? Even Luo Feng perked up at the question. He too was curious. Wang smirked. Most people only learn about it when they reach the advanced warlord level, but since you're strong enough, I'll tell you. The Palace of War Gods is not just an organization. It is a unified force consisting of all war god level fighters and those beyond them. Every headquarters city in all 5 major countries on Earth is connected to it. Panya's eyes widened. Even Luo Feng was stunned. Essentially, every human war god is part of this Palace of War Gods, Wang explained. And the 2 strongest fighters in the world, Hong and Thunder God, are its founders. It was created to protect fighters and humanity alike. Panya was left speechless. Luo Feng, hiding in the distance, processed the information in awe. All war gods, united under one banner? If that's true, then even world governments wouldn't dare challenge them. Wang's voice turned solemn. The Palace of War Gods serves two purposes. First, to push human limits beyond imagination. Second, to exterminate the monster hordes that threaten our survival. Even Liu, the battle-hardened veteran, couldn't suppress his excitement. He was close to the advanced warlord level, but age had made further growth difficult. The revelation of such an organization reignited his fighting spirit. "All right, Li Wei, you should leave now," Wang said with a smile. "Your Uncle Li and I have a mission, to hunt a high-level horde leader steel-armored dragon. It's an extremely dangerous operation, so get as far away from here as possible. Make your way to the highway outside the city." "Steel-armored dragon?" Li Wei's eyes went wide. Panya Liu and the brute all sucked in sharp breaths. Luo Feng, still hidden, barely suppressed a gasp. "Holy hell! Are they insane? A high-level horde leader, steel-armored dragon?" These creatures possessed intelligence on par with humans, making them terrifyingly strategic. Even an advanced war god would usually flee rather than fight such a monster. Two war gods against a high-level horde leader? It sounded suicidal. "Relax," Wang grinned. "That beast recently laid eggs, weakening it significantly. Now is the perfect time to strike." "It laid eggs?" Li Wei murmured in shock. "Move quickly. Once we engage the steel-armored dragon, its monster horde will stir. The entire area will become a battlefield," Wang warned. "Get out of Shanghai and reach the highway." Li Wei nodded. "Understood. Uncle Wang. Uncle Li, good luck. Let's go," Li Wei ordered, and his group immediately rushed away, not daring to linger in a danger zone soon to erupt into chaos. As they left, Li Wei and the others couldn't shake their amazement. They're actually hunting a high-level horde leader? Even if it's weakened, it's still incredibly dangerous, Liu muttered in disbelief. Panya furrowed his brows. "Are those two the legendary Shadowblade brothers? Shadowblade, Wang Tong, and Bear Strength, Li Kan?" Li Wei smirked. "Exactly. My parents fought alongside them in their youth. They share an unbreakable bond." Panya swallowed hard. Now this is true power. Connections forged through strength. I need to join a stronger squad and rise higher. His ambition blazed anew. Meanwhile, Luo Feng remained motionless in his hiding spot, listening as Wang and Li Kan made their final preparations. "Time to move, Brother Wang," Li Kan's deep voice rumbled. "All right," Wang replied, and with the faintest whisper of wind, the two war gods vanished into the night. Luo Feng exhaled slowly, a fierce glint in his eyes. They're actually doing it. A battle between war gods and a steel-armored dragon. How could I miss this? His heart pounded with anticipation. No matter what, he had to witness this fight. On the first floor of a ruined residential apartment, massive corpses lay scattered, their blood soaking into the ground. The pungent scent of death filled the air, but the previous massacre had left the monsters too wary to approach, rendering the area eerily silent. Suddenly, Luo Feng burst out from the second floor, his two throwing knives flying back into the thigh pockets of his combat suit as he landed. Two war gods will soon battle that high-level horde leader, the steel-armored dragon. I need to find the perfect vantage point, Luo Feng muttered, casting a glance at the largest corpses, the two commander-level lion mastiffs. He shook his head in disappointment. Those war gods dissected them cleanly, taking the most valuable materials. Initially, he had hoped to claim some benefits for himself. Without hesitation, Luo Feng turned into a blur, swiftly heading south. The steel-armored dragon's nest is about 10 miles away, right at that family mart. I'll position myself 3 miles away from there in a residential building, he decided while sprinting. In this monster-infested city of concrete and steel, even a spirit reader like him couldn't afford to let his guard down. He alternated between sprinting and cautiously scouting his surroundings. Even so, his speed remained impressive. Within 10 minutes, Luo Feng reached the 16th floor of an 18-story residential building. With a swift motion, Pucci, two eerie black lights twirled through the air before slipping back into his thigh pockets. Luo Feng smirked as he lightly pushed open a door on the 16th floor. Though sealed shut, his formless spiritual force easily disengaged the lock, allowing the massive door to creak open. This room was locked and undisturbed. No fighter or monster has set foot in here since the Grand Nirvana period. At least 30 to 40 years ago, Luo Feng noted, stepping inside and shutting the door behind him. The room was pristine, untouched by time. A glass cabinet, a sofa, a marble table, and a 24-inch television stood exactly as they had decades before. A relic of a bygone era. Boom! Luo Feng grabbed the wool blanket from the sofa, preferring its cleaner underside. He quickly ran to the balcony, wiped down the glass, and slid open the window. What of you? Leaning on the railing, he peered into the distance, focusing on the monster nest 3 miles away. A thick shroud of smoke enveloped the family mart, making it impossible to see within. Yet, with the midday sun illuminating the scene, visibility was better than usual. Raising his binoculars, Luo Feng surveyed the area. Along the smoke's perimeter, massive pig-type monsters roamed. Some sprawled lazily on the ground, others ambling about, and a few even engaging in dominance battles, colliding with each other in forceful displays of strength. No disturbances? Where are those 2 war gods? Luo Feng scanned the area, but there was no sign of them. While Luo Feng searched for the war gods in a residential apartment just 500 meters away, Wang Tong and the giant brute Liken sat cross-legged in a dimly lit room on the 12th floor, drinking water to replenish their stamina. "Can," the young and sharp-featured Wang Tong murmured as he took a small sip, "when we storm the heart of that monster nest and confront the steel-armored dragon, its 2 underlings, the flame-scale triple halberd boars, will undoubtedly rush to its aid. I'll leave them to you." "Got it," the massive brute Liken rumbled. He lazily swung his enormous mace, as if it weighed no more than a twig. Flame-scale triple halberd boars, the deadliest of the pig-type monsters. They're nothing to take lightly. Your task isn't to kill them, just stall them, Wang Tong reminded sternly. A steel-armored dragon and 2 flame-scale triple halberd boars. Such a trio ruled over the entire number 003 city sector. Had the steel-armored dragon not recently laid eggs, significantly weakening it, Wang Tong wouldn't have dared to challenge it. "Brotherly, I'm ready," Liken said as he stood. "All right." Wang Tong's eyes turned icy as he glanced toward the smoke-covered battlefield. "Let's move." Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 figures leaped from the 12th floor, their bodies cutting through the air like shadows. Like giant grasshoppers, they crossed 100 meters in a single bound, ricocheting off buildings before vanishing into the steel jungle of the ruined city. Their speed had already exceeded the speed of sound. Boom! Hearing the sonic boom, Luo Feng whirled around, just in time to catch 2 blurred figures vanishing into the smoke. They'd begun? That fast? Luo Feng's heart pounded as he focused on the battlefield. Howl! Roar! A cacophony of monstrous howls erupted from within the smoke, shaking the ground. At the same time, the beasts outside surged forward in a frenzied charge, the sheer force of their stampede making the earth tremble. The battle has started. Luo Feng clenched his binoculars, straining to see through the dense smoke. Inside the family mart, dust and blood decorated every corner. This was no longer a place for humans. It had become a sanctuary for beasts. A massive creature, covered in deep green scales, slumbered in the supermarket's remains. With each breath, it exhaled twin currents of foul-smelling smoke, polluting the air. Its nest lay within the ruins. Suddenly, the violent roars from outside stirred it awake. Howl! The beast's fiery red eyes snapped open, its gaze exuding raw, untamed ferocity. Standing 5 meters tall and stretching 10 meters long, its tail equally long, its narrow body exuded a lethal aura. A single curved black horn protruded from its forehead. As it rose, a massive green egg, about 1 meter tall, was revealed beneath it. With a single motion, the steel-armored dragon vanished from the supermarket. The family mart was the heart of the monster horde, a stronghold guarded by an army of terrifying creatures. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures flashed across the battlefield, bounding over monster corpses, heading straight for the supermarket. Move fast. Don't engage, or they'll slow us down. Wang Tong barked. Understood. Li King growled, suppressing his urge to fight. Hundreds of commander-level monsters surrounded the supermarket. At the forefront, two titanic creatures stood out, their flaming red scales and triple-horned heads radiating an intimidating presence. Flame scale, triple halberd boars. Ranked first among pig-type monsters. Even their weakest members were at least mid-level commanders. These two, low-level horde leaders. Howl, a deafening roar echoed. A shadow blurred into existence before them. As the haze dissipated, the steel-armored dragon emerged, smoke curling from its nostrils. Its crimson gaze locked onto the two incoming humans. Scum die! Wang Tong roared, his blade cutting through waves of charging monsters, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. The steel-armored dragon glanced back at its precious egg. If it fought here, the battle's shockwaves could destroy it. Howl, with a mighty roar, it shot forward, creating another sonic boom. I knew it! Wang Tong and Li King grinned. Chasing after it at supersonic speed, the battle had begun. From his vantage point, Luo Feng watched with exhilaration. This is it, an all-out war between war gods and a horde leader.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
Dragon, whether for Westerners or Easterners, is a very respected and special name. Before the Grand Nirvana period, no type of wild beast had the right to be called a dragon. And after the Grand Nirvana period, after all the beast genes mutated, all sorts of unique, horrifying monsters were born. The pig-type monsters have many categories. The dog-type monsters have many categories. Cat-type monsters, rat-type monsters, gecko-type monsters, wolf-type, tiger-type, snake-type, eagle-type, bear-type. Each type has quite the number of species. Other than these, there are some extremely special and rare monsters. No one knows how they came to be or what they evolved from. They were probably monsters that were born under extremely special conditions. These monsters will have some unique names, according to their strength. Humanity will bestow upon them different names. Steel Armor Dragon. This is one of the special dragon species. Because its speed, power, defense, knowledge, body structure, etc. are almost perfect, the humans have called it the Steel Armor Dragon, giving it the title of dragon. To be able to receive such a name, one can imagine how powerful and horrifying the Steel Armor Dragon is. Howl, the Steel Armor Dragon's tail, which was practically longer than its body, was swiftly waving around, causing a dark green, hazy image to appear. The Steel Armor Dragon's body was crazily headed towards Shadowblade Wang Tong. Pew! Because of the Steel Armor Dragon's attack, the asphalt sidewalk directly split open. Rumble! Wang Tong and the Steel Armor Dragon, one human and one monsters, first rammed into one of the residential apartments. The concrete wall of that residential apartment, like tofu, split open. With a brutal sweep from the Steel Armor Dragon's tail, all the walls and pillars of the building came tumbling down. Rumble! The entire residential building fell, causing dust to fill the sky. Wang Tong's body was like a wave of soft wind. Each of his lightning-fast movements had the taste of wind in them. The rhythm was clearly free. Even though the Steel Armor Dragon's attack was astonishingly quick and strong enough to cause a shocking shockwave, none of them were able to injure Wang Tong at all. And some of the scales of this Steel Armor Dragon split into two. Who would have known that even after laying eggs, this Steel Armor Dragon is still this powerful? Wang Tong was extremely anxious. Since I'm a human, my body can't take as much of an impact as this Steel Armor Dragon can. The saying goes that if you always defend, you're sure to lose. I can dodge to the side for a time, but I can't continue this forever. However, with its defensive capabilities, unless I hit its weak spot, Just one or two broken scales wouldn't affect it at all, Wang Tong frowned. No chances. Looks like I have to risk it and make my own chances. Too messed up. Luo Feng, who was spectating on the balcony of a tall building from far away, couldn't contain his excitement as he watched the two war gods, Wang Tong and Li Can, battle against the three commander-level monsters. All the concrete sidewalks, asphalt roads, commercial buildings, and even buildings that were over 10 stories tall that got in their way could only split open or fall. None of them could block their battle. And a falling building that's over 10 stories tall couldn't even hurt a hair on their bodies. It is said that the bodies of Horde leader-level monsters are even tougher than Diamond, and that even guided missiles can't harm them. Looks like they weren't lying. When the buildings that were over 10 stories high fell, even if some of them smashed against the steel armor dragon, a shake of the steel armor dragon's tail was enough to directly smash apart the falling concrete, exposing the reinforced steel within. After throwing them up, the scales of the steel armored dragon weren't even scathed at all. Easy and relaxed, the speed of the Horde leader monster and the human wargod's movements all surpassed the speed of sound. Well, this is a high-level Horde leader monster, and not a normal one, but a steel armored dragon. This is way more powerful than the black-crowned golden eagle that I saw on TV a while ago as Luo Feng watched. His blood boiled. Sadly, the exchange of blows between them are just too fast. I can't even see them clearly. Luo Feng could only see the terrifying destructive power caused by the fight between both sides. Howl! Roar! N/O/V/B//and .C//. Along with the monstrous, enraged roars came over 10 million monsters under the lead of around 30 commander-level monsters that covered the entire ground as they came charging. For a time, the entire ground was shaking. The two flame-scaled triple halberd boars that were currently cooperating as they fought against the huge brute, Li Can, immediately let out some excited, sky-shaking roars. That huge brute, namely sure is strong, Luo Feng was spectating from the balcony and looked at the scene below that seemed like the world was ending. That mace is powerful and his dodging is extremely quick. It's absolutely the Ru Wei class dodging technique, and he's very experienced with it. He's able to use every single part of the surroundings. He's even able to use the monsters charging at him. This control over the battlefield is way above me. Luo Feng critiqued, and at the same time, absorbed experience. Even though he's also Ru Wei class, he still isn't able to perfectly use every part of the surrounding area to assist him in a battle to the death. And that guy named Wang is even stronger. Luo Feng's amazement showed through his eyes. His technique, not only does it far surpass the Ru Wei class, but it also surpasses the huge brute named Li's ability to control the surrounding. It has reached a natural level with its own will. His body is just like the wind. For technique, he's definitely a master. Even though Luo Feng's technique is superb, there's still an obvious difference when compared to these two war gods. Actually, Luo Feng didn't know exactly who these two were. Shadow Blade Wang Tong, an advanced war god that is famous around the world. His best partner, Bear Strength Li Can, is an intermediate war god whose speciality lies within his strength. His strength could be compared to an advanced level wargod's. These two people have gone through huge amounts of battles to the death and are the absolute elite of this world, so they have huge amounts of experience, which is why their technique was so superb. The man named Wang is injured. No, wait, it was a trick. The steel armored dragon's head is injured now. Luo Feng's eyes were wide open as he observed through the binoculars in hand. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. The entire monster horde is enraged. Even those two flame-scaled triple halberd boars are enraged too. Wait, even though that steel armored dragon is heavily injured, it's even more enraged than before. That man named Wang is trying his best to dodge out of the way. Luo Feng was extremely excited. Oh yeah, that man named Wang is trying to avoid this steel armored dragon spirit. This war god sure is cruel, and his blade sure is fast. Luo Feng realized that the man named Wang desperately tried to control the rhythm of the battle. But even though the steel armored dragon has been weakened from laying an egg, its body structure was still way above this Wang Tong. Rhythm. Yes, control the rhythm of the battle. If this goes on, then maybe the man named Yuan can actually kill that steel armor dragon. HMHM. At that time, maybe they'll even get the steel armor dragon's dragon egg. An egg that can give birth to the unique species steel armor dragon. That sure is worth a lot. Suddenly, Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Dragon egg? Steel armor dragon. The two flame-scaled triple halberd boars. These three horde leaders have all come out. The two war gods are here too, which also means, since there's no horde leader monster or the monster nest, I would have a chance to enter the nest and steal the dragon egg. Luo Feng could only hear his heart go thump, thump, as if it was about to burst out his chest. His heartbeat was like the beat of a drum. Excitement, nervousness. Luo Feng wasn't planning to steal the dragon egg before. He thought that once the two war gods head over there, they'll be fighting against the three horde leader-level monsters at the old nest. If that happens, then if he goes, he'll just be flying towards his death. However, the situation now is different. For Brother to truly stand up from his wheelchair and walk under the sunlight like a normal person, he would need an elixir of life. This elixir of life is worth at least 30 billion. Unless I become a war god, then, at this rate, it'll take a super long time for me to earn that much money. Stealing this dragon egg away is the perfect chance. Once this thought appeared in Luo Feng's mind, he couldn't contain himself anymore. The price of a dragon egg is beyond high. Since the corpse of a dragon isn't too hard to get, but a dragon egg is... Since receiving the news of a dragon laying an egg is extremely difficult, and the monsters that have received the title of dragon are extremely proud. Once they think they might die, they would rather destroy the egg than allow it to fall into human hands. Because of this, the amount of dragon eggs that humans have got around the world is extremely low. Naturally, the price would also be high. Even though that Family Mart is a monster nest, and there are huge amounts of monsters stationed there, no horde leader monsters are there right now. If I fail, then I'll just escape. Luo Feng clenched his teeth. I'll go for it. If I succeed, then I'll earn a ton. Instead of continuing to spectate, Luo Feng immediately jumped off of the balcony on the 16th floor and headed. While Luo Feng headed towards the nest of the monsters, Jiangnan City that was around 1,000 miles away was still in a time of peace. This was where humanity's peaceful land was. Yangzhou City, Mingyue Sector. A blizzard last night caused the entire sector to be filled with snow. A group of kids happily made some snowmen and fought in snowball fights. A couple old people were also slowly and freely taking a walk inside the sector. The streets outside of the sector were filled with manly sports cars and coupes with beautiful curves. Sometimes, an extravagant car with flying capabilities could be seen flying by. Chungu and his wife sat on a clean stone bench as they watched their children make snowmen not too far away. The headquarters cities are definitely a better place to be in. Chungu couldn't help but to sigh. They are good, since the wilderness is filled with monsters. Only fighters can go out there. I say, old Chun, when are you going to retire from your fighter squad? Chungu's wife on the side said sadly, you've been giving it your all for all these years. It's about time you take a break and enjoy life. Chungu looked at his wife and then looked at his son at a distance. My wife, I can't keep thinking about retiring. Our Firehammer squad is currently in a period of rapid growth, and I want to fight with my old brothers for a bit more. Maybe after another 1.5 years, my strength won't be able to keep up with the squads. And at that time, the squad is probably going to recruit new members. When that happens, I'll retire. Chungu was clear. Besides Luo Feng, the members of the Firehammer squad were quite old, with Luo Feng's astonishing rate of improvement. After another 1.5 years, Chunji, Wei Qin, and Wei Tai probably can't keep up, so it'll be normal for them to retire. I heard from Luo Feng's parents that Luo Feng still hasn't returned. Is he still in the wilderness? Asked Chungu's wife. Yep, Chungu nodded. Isn't he trying too hard? Chungu's wife couldn't help but to sigh. He should know when to stop. And the headquarters city is so peaceful and comfortable. The headquarters city is comfortable, and it's free from the threat of monsters. Today's technology brings mankind various types of comfort. As for the wilderness, danger lurks everywhere. What do you understand if everyone just wanted to enjoy themselves? then how would mankind fight against monsters? Chun-Gu couldn't help but to scold. It is because of the efforts of countless scientists and their painstaking work, and more importantly, the power of the war god fighters, and even the existences beyond the war gods. Because of them, humans can peacefully live in headquarters cities. A headquarters city and the wilderness are practically two different worlds. One is a comfortable, peaceful world. One is a bloody world where danger lurks in all corners. In the wilderness, only the absolute elite, the fighters, can venture there. Oh yeah, my wife, when Luo Feng's parents ask you again, you just tell them, Luo Feng will be back soon, said Chun-Gu. I understand, Chun-Gu's wife nodded. Unlike the atmosphere of the headquarters city, a peak showdown was going on with 2 war gods and 3 horde leaders in the northern outskirts of number 003 city, a city with practically the largest amount of monsters in all of Europe and Asia. I need to increase my speed. Otherwise, if the monster horde leaders achieve victory and return to the nest, I'll have no chance at all. If the human war gods achieve victory, then I'll still have no chance if they go to the monster's nest. Luo Feng was speedily moving forward. My only chance is this small timing where they're fighting against each other. Luo Feng, who was supported by his family and friends in the headquarters city, was now using all of his power to race through the city that was densely packed with monsters. Luo Feng quickly entered the smoke-covered area. Luo Feng gasped and dashed into the 5th floor of a 6-story residential building. From the window and through the smoke ahead, tons and tons of all types of monsters were densely packed on the streets. Even some shops, residential buildings, offices, etc. were densely packed with large amounts of monsters. With the supermarket as its core, the smoke-covered area was filled with monsters. What should I do? Luo Feng frowned. The monsters are too densely packed. I have practically no chance of entering without attracting any attention. Even the 2 great war gods Wang Tong and Li Kan can't enter this densely packed area without attracting any attention. They can only choose to barge in with force. If war gods can't sneak in, then if I try, I'll die for sure. Looks like there's only one way. Luo Feng shook his head as he laughed. Luo Feng's biggest advantage compared to the war gods is flight. Ka. Luo Feng unbuckled the hexagonal shield on his back, and under the control of his spiritual force, the shield hovered in front of Luo Feng. HMHM flying into the nest of the monsters. Exciting, Luo Feng leaped onto the hexagonal shield, which just hovered around half a meter away from the ground. Go! Whoosh! The hexagonal shield shot out of the window with astonishing speed. When Luo Feng controls a knife, he can make it surpass the speed of a bullet fired from a sniper rifle. However, the weight of the shield added with Luo Feng's weight is a bit much. But with Luo Feng's powerful spiritual force, he can still make the hexagonal shield travel at near the speed of sound. However, I can't fly too quickly, or else the sonic boom would be too loud and therefore attract the monster's attention. Luo Feng stood on his shield as he flew around 50 meters above the ground. Since the smoke was thick, the field of vision of both humans and monsters was small. Because of that, Luo Feng wasn't discovered. The smoke sure has helped me out a lot. Just like this. Even though the monsters were all over the ground, the shops, the residential apartments, and the offices, the monsters under the steel armored dragon's command were all land monsters and not flying ones. So none of them could fly. That, and the small field of vision prevented the monsters from discovering Luo Feng. Family Mart? Luo Feng, who was in midair, barely found the short building that took up a lot of space. The entire Family Mart had 5 stories. According to the original design, the 1st and 2nd floors were part of the supermarket. As for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors, they were used for larger home appliances, etc. Of course, after dozens of years, these goods are unrecognizable after being ruined by monsters. But the 5-story building was practically the same as it was when it was built. Luo Feng took out the binoculars from his bag and carefully observed. Even though there was a lot of smoke, looking through the binoculars was still clearly more effective than using the naked eye. Through the window that has long been shattered, a few monsters on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors of the Family Mart could be seen. Strangely enough, There weren't any monsters on the first and second floor. And there were huge amounts of monsters everywhere in the surrounding area near the supermarket. The intellect of the Horde leader is extremely high, like a human's. Luo Feng thought to himself, if I was the Horde leader, then I would certainly wish that my underlings would be restricted from coming to the place I was living at. So the first and second floor is most likely where the Horde leader, Steel Armored Dragon, lives. As for the third, fourth, and fifth floor, his elite forces should be the only ones that have the right to live there. I guess they're commander level. Luo Feng carefully observed from above the 5-story supermarket. He even circled around the supermarket and examined this monster nest from all directions. Without absolute certainty, Luo Feng wouldn't dare to barge into this monster nest. Luo Feng was in midair, holding his binoculars as he observed the ground below him. This pair of binoculars was especially made for fighters. It was expensive, but at the same time, also very effective. Luo Feng could barely see the monsters standing in front of the front door of the supermarket. These monsters were all huge and had slick fur and detailed scales. Medium-level commanders. This one is a medium-level commander, high-level commander, medium-level commander, high-level commander, medium-level commander, high-level commander. Luo Feng continuously differentiated. After differentiating 52 monsters, Luo Feng stopped looking at the other half of them. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Out of these 52 monsters, there are 32 medium-level commanders and 20 high-level commanders. Not even one low-level commander. There are probably near 100 commander-level monsters in this horde stationed at the front of the monster nest. I estimate that there's around 60 to 70 medium-level commanders and 30 to 40 high-level commanders, Luo Feng speculated as he gave out some numbers, and couldn't help but to be surprised. Holy shit! This monster nest, besides the huge amounts of monsters outside, even has this commander squad, and there are 30 to 40 high-level commanders. If it's a beginner-level war god, he'll probably flee. If he fights, he'll most likely die. An intermediate-level war god might have a chance. An advanced-level war god probably can rush through the defense of this commander squad. What should I do? There are monsters on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors, and there are countless amounts of monsters surrounding the supermarket, and there's even a commander squad in front of the front door. How can I get in? How can I, under the condition of not attracting their attention, steal that Steel Armored Dragon's dragon egg away? Luo Feng speedily thought to himself while he stood on his hexagonal shield in midair in the smoke-filled air. The supermarket was square-shaped and had an open space. That space was originally made for customers to leave their cars and to allow more customers to enter the supermarket. Before the Grand Nirvana period, there were over 100 million people living in the surroundings. And that's not including potential customers who visited from other areas. However, in the present day, the open space was filled with countless monsters. How can I enter the Steel Armored Dragon's nest and steal the dragon egg away? Should I rush as fast as I can through the 1st or 2nd floor's window? Luo Feng, still in midair, watched the densely packed monster horde below. With all these monsters, quite a few of them would see me rush in, and then it'll be over. I should go down first. Staying in midair like this uses up quite a bit of spiritual force. Luo Feng flew above the center of the supermarket. The supermarket took up a huge amount of area. Likewise, the area of the roof was just as astonishing, and it was completely empty, not a single monster in sight. This isn't surprising, since even the monsters enforce their levels. Horde leader, commander, soldier. With the supermarket acting as the core of the monster's nest, the monsters living here are also the ones with the highest position in the monster horde, either commander level or horde leader level. These monsters don't like dealing with the weather, so most of them lived on the 3rd, 4th, or 5th floor. As for the Steel Armored Dragon, it had the 1st and 2nd floor all to itself. The 2 low-level horde leader flame-scaled triple halberd boars lived in a commercial building right beside the supermarket, around 100 meters away. Only the countless regular monsters have to deal with the rain and wind as they stay in the open space. And whether a horde leader monster or a commander monster, They naturally wouldn't allow those regular monsters to enter the core area, which is why there wasn't a single monster on the roof. Whoosh! Directly descending from the sky, Luo Feng flew down to the middle area of the roof. The monsters in the open space were all quite far from Luo Feng, so they didn't discover him. How am I supposed to enter the first and second floor? Luo Feng stooped on the roof. The third, fourth, and fifth floors are probably all filled with the elite of the monsters. The open space of the supermarket is also filled with countless monsters. How am I supposed to get in? All the plans Luo Feng formulated were rejected in his mind. Clearly, the nest of the steel armored dragon was like a steel wall, extremely difficult to barge into. Rumble! The battle between the two war gods and the three horde leader monsters made it seem like the sky was shaking and the ground was shattering. Countless howls of monsters quickly followed after a roar, and the sound of a building falling carried over. And Luo Feng was still stooped as he thought to himself. That's it. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. The supermarket has 5 floors above the ground, but with the underground parking lot, there's 6 floors in total. These kinds of supermarkets all have elevators, and there should be 2 of them. One of them is open to the customers, while the other one is used to transport the supermarket's goods. This elevator well is a direct passage. As long as I can find this elevator passage, then I can directly fall to the first and second floors in a breath. Of course, the elevator well could have been destroyed by monsters already. But since the elevator well is so small, and the monsters don't want to destroy the infrastructure of the supermarket, then the tiny elevator well in the side of the supermarket should have a huge chance of surviving. Furthermore, the supermarket has 2 elevator wells, one for the customer elevator and the other for the freight elevator. The elevator well. Luo Feng. The method for searching was quite simple. Luo Feng extended his spiritual force through the stairs of the roof and searched through the infrastructure below. Of course, only spirit readers can use this method. Luo Feng was extremely careful as he was virtually crawling across the roof, afraid of being caught by the huge amounts of monsters below. Found it! Luo Feng let out a face of happiness. Yes. Extend downwards. 4th floor, 3rd floor. Luo Feng kept extending his spiritual force downwards as he investigated the infrastructure of the elevator well. The entire well wasn't damaged too much, since the monsters apparently protected this supermarket quite well. This is their home after all. Chi! 2 black, throwing knives started hovering and lightly drew a circle on the roof. This 9th series throwing knives was way tougher than diamond, so, as if it was cutting through tofu, it quickly cut out a circular hole in the roof. That stone circle, affected by Luo Feng's spiritual force, started hovering and then softly landed on the side, making no sound at all. Luo Feng lowered his head as he looked down. This elevator well, seems like it's a bit bent at the 3rd floor's elevator door. But overall, it hasn't changed much. Luo Feng let out a smile. The hexagonal shield started hovering beside him, and Luo Feng stepped onto it. Go down. The hexagonal shield slowly descended, making no sound at all. 5th floor, 4th floor, 3rd floor. The steel wires and the steel elevator door could all be seen, but have long been covered by dust. It has been far too long since the last person has used them. This is where the 1st floor is. Luo Feng hovered in front of one of the elevator doors. The elevator door was sealed shut, and with a heartbeat, 2 throwing knives immediately stuck into the gap between the shut elevator doors. They then lightly pushed towards both directions. N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. Chi. Perhaps because the elevator door hasn't been open for too long, but it actually made a sound at a time like this, frightening Luo Feng. I'm inside the supermarket, and there aren't any monsters on the 1st and 2nd floor. If the sound was extremely quiet, then the monster squad outside shouldn't be able to hear it. Luo Feng took a deep breath and extremely slowly opened the elevator door. Since he opened it slowly, the sound the doors made was also very small. When the elevator doors were halfway opened, thanks to his spiritual force, Luo Feng easily used his understanding of the elevator's door structure to bend the steel and jam the elevator door. Done. Luo Feng continued to hold his breath. Not daring to relax even the slightest bit, he lightly moved forward and stepped on the ground. His hovering shield then immediately dropped beside him, and the two buckles on his back, with his spiritual force, naturally sealed the shield in place. This place smells so bad, a thick, nasty odor emanated around the first floor. After breathing a bit of this smell, Luo Feng's body started to become uncomfortable. Where's that steel armor dragon's dragon egg? Luo Feng carefully moved forward, his spiritual force used on his body, shield, and combat gear to cause his body to become as light as a swallow. Each of his steps were light and made no sound. Who? HMHM. Luo Feng raised his head and looked above. The ceiling between the first and second floor was basically entirely broken. Only the framework of the supermarket on the side wasn't broken. All the broken, old stalls and rotten food have been pushed to the sides. Sometimes, Luo Feng's road is blocked, so he has to use his spiritual force to lightly make a path. The steel armor dragon would probably live in the center of the supermarket, since that's the most spacious area. Luo Feng directly headed towards the center. Slowly, Luo Feng started to see an oval-shaped ball. The dragon egg? Luo Feng held his breath and slowly moved forward. The monster howls from outside the supermarket carried in, causing Luo Feng to be even more careful. Each of his steps were as light can be. This place smells even more. The closer Luo Feng got to the oval-shaped ball, the more apparent the odor became. I guess the steel armor dragon is usually there, and this odor is caused by the steel armor dragon's body. Quickly, Luo Feng arrived at a distance of around 10 meters away from the dragon egg and was already able to clearly see the dragon egg. This was a dragon egg that was around 1 meter tall. The eggshell was blue, and there were some light lines on it. The dragon egg of the steel armored dragon. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. He was already in grasping distance of the egg. But who knows what kind of traps the steel armored dragon could have put around the dragon egg to stop others from stealing it. However, since the dragon egg is alive, my spiritual force probably can't move it. With a thought, Luo Feng's 6 throwing knives flew over and cut open an oval shape in the ground below the dragon egg and lightly dragged the entire egg, like an iron ring dragging the dragon egg. Just in case, the blunt side of the knives carried the dragon egg. Dragon egg, come. Luo Feng already opened his bag and started to open the bag one layer at a time. He opened half of the bag. The entire bag can store an object as large as a person. The filthy odor emanated in the spacious first floor of the supermarket. The steel armored dragon's green, oval-shaped dragon egg was currently surrounded by 6 throwing knives and was being dragged into the bag. After that, the 6 throwing knives swiftly returned to Luo Feng's thigh pockets. Chi! Luo Feng tightened his bag and immediately secured the dragon egg in the innermost area of the bag. I've earned a ton. Now I gotta go now. Luo Feng carried his bulging bag and prepared to leave, but right when he turned around. What's that? Out of the corner of his eye, Luo Feng noticed some things laid out on the ground not too far away from him. Since this is where the steel armored dragon sleeps, it would probably sweep away the things that are distracting to him. Stuff like refrigerators and broken goods have already been swept to the side ages ago. The ground was empty, but on the empty ground, there were a few things that were placed not too far from the egg. One could guess that the steel armored dragon probably looked at these things every day. Why would the steel armored dragon put these things in its field of vision? Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat as he swiftly headed over. As he moved forward, Luo Feng's heart started beating faster and faster. Could it be? Could it actually be? When Luo Feng arrived at around 3 meters in front of the goods, he became so excited that he couldn't control himself. He couldn't help but to tightly clench his fists. It really is. Now I've really earned a ton. What was in front of Luo Feng was an entire armor set, alloyed battle boots, a uniform, etc. At the same time, there was also a sheathed sharp blade in the sheath of the armor. The material the armor was made out of was pure black. This utter darkness caused one to inadvertently hold their breath. And the detail on that sheathed blade was way more intricate than Luo Feng's ghost blade. There's no doubt that this is the armor and weapon of a war god. Luo Feng was extremely excited. A glance is all that is needed to tell that this uniform is very special. That blade! Who knows how many times more powerful it is compared to mine? And this is a human's armor set, and yet the steel armored dragon collected it. Perhaps killing the owner of these items is one of the things that the steel armored dragon takes pride in. Luo Feng was easily able to figure the situation out, since horde leaders have an intelligence level comparable to a human's. And sometimes, war gods can't defeat the monster horde leaders. However, the escaping ability of the human war gods is extremely high. In the entire country of China, the fall of a war god is an extremely rare sight. Every time a war god from their respective country falls, the entire country holds a memorial, which is broadcasted live. One could imagine just how difficult it would be for a horde leader to kill a war god. So a war god's old gear is also an extremely rare sight in the wilderness. If this gear can make the steel armored dragon so proud enough to collect this uniform set, then this human war god must be extremely powerful. And this uniform set has also went through a battle with a high-level horde leader, and yet it's barely damaged. The quality of this uniform must be excellent, at least a 9th series. Luo Feng quickly extrapolated. According to the market price, an entire Q series battle uniform's full price is 12 billion Chinese dollars. So the half price put in place by the limit home would be 6 billion Chinese dollars. A second-hand battle uniform probably can't sell for 6 billion. However, it's still possible to sell it for 2 to 3 billion. And this is using the price for a 9th series uniform. If this battle uniform is rank SS, Luo Feng could feel his blood boiling. 1st series to 9th series are respectively divided into the grades: H grade, G grade, C grade, B grade, A grade, and S grade. These 9 grades. A 9th series weapon and uniform would be an S grade weapon and uniform. And above the S grade is the SS grade. A SS grade battle uniform can defend against many SS Emperor level monsters' attacks. As for the horde leaders, they definitely are not able to destroy a SS grade battle uniform. If it's the SS grade that's even more valuable than the 9th series, then that'll be an astronomical price. Luo Feng was extremely excited. 9th series S grade battle uniform set, full price 12 billion. And a SS grade battle uniform set, its full price is an astonishing 120 billion. Definitely not a price that an average person or power could afford to buy. Know that this battle uniform can defend against the bites and attacks of many Emperor-level monsters. The level difference between an Emperor-level monster and a Horde leader monster is extremely shocking. An Emperor-level monster can sweep the floor with a group of Horde leader monsters. Absolute domination. As for the existences that surpass the War God level like Hong and Thunder God, they also can decimate other War God level humans. Naturally, the price of some SS grade gear would be much higher than the S grade. The full price of an SS grade uniform set is 120 billion, so even its half price would be 60 billion. If this is a SS grade uniform set, then even though it's second-hand and can't be sold for 60 billion, it's still possible for it to be sold for 20 to 30 billion. Luo Feng was extremely excited. Perhaps my earnings this time would be able to earn enough money to buy my brother an elixir of life. NOVLB //JNN. Of course, whether or not this battle uniform set is actually SS grade, even Luo Feng doesn't know. But it's at least a 9th series, S grade, for sure, so it could also be SS grade. Even though all of this has been said, in reality, all of these thoughts passed through his mind in an instant when Luo Feng walked up to this battle uniform set and blade. Without delay, he immediately opened his bag. If it's SS grade, then it'll be worth much more than the dragon egg. Luo Feng swiftly controlled his spiritual force and moved the battle uniform, alloyed boots, arm guards, blade, etc. into his bag. The commander monsters in front of the gigantic supermarket were patrolling the premises. A few dozen commanders were in front of the main gate. Occasionally, they would turn back their heads to look into the supermarket. Through the huge main door, With the commander monster's eyesight, they could barely see the shape of the oval-shaped dragon egg. Protect the dragon egg. This is the task that their leader, the steel-armored dragon, has entrusted to this commander monster squad. This is also why this monster squad didn't follow to join the battle against the two human war gods. One of the high-level commanders, the bloodthirsty tank, was laying there. His gigantic body was like a hill, and it randomly and slowly turned its head towards the supermarket's interior. It doesn't even know how many times it has repeated this action, and in the past, the blurry image of the dragon egg was easily seen. But this time, boom! The bloodthirsty tank ferociously stood up, its huge eyes opened wide as if they were about to roll out their sockets. It then immediately let out an anxious roar. Howl! The ear-piercing, enraged roar immediately rang around the area. The other commander-level monsters in front of the main gate of the supermarket then turned their heads and looked towards the dragon egg's location in the supermarket and let out enraged roars one by one. At the same time, all of the commander-level monsters, whether the ones patrolling outside, the ones in front of the supermarket door, or even the ones resting on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors in the supermarket, all roared as they rushed together towards the 1st floor. Huge holes were smashed in the ceilings and walls. For a time, the entire 5-story supermarket was rumbling, as if it was about to fall over. Far away, the steel-armored dragon and the two flame-scaled triple halberd boars were still battling against the two human war gods, Wong Tong and Li Kansas. At this time, the scales on the steel-armored dragon's head were split apart, and one of its eyes was blinded. There were also some signs of blood on Wong Tong, but he was in much better condition than the steel-armored dragon. Howl! A roar carried from the direction of the supermarket. The steel-armored dragon's only eye basically instantly turned crimson red. Roar! The ear-piercing howl immediately split the sky. The sound formed a visible shockwave that crazily swept around the area. The surrounding concrete floor instantly shattered, and even the steel beams broke apart, causing a huge amount of dust to lift up. This enraged howl virtually rang across the entire number 003 city. Not good. Wong Tong's face dramatically changed. Enraged. This steel-armored dragon is enraged. Roar. The steel-armored dragon's roar started to become hoarse. One could feel from this roar the flame of anger that won't subside, even if drenched in the 3 major oceans. The steel-armored dragon's speed instantly accelerated to a level never seen before. It didn't even worry whether or not its body could handle it, and just headed towards the Family Mart supermarket. The horrifying sonic boom caused the ground, buildings, etc. to burst open, throwing pebbles all around. When Luo Feng was swiftly putting the battle uniform set and the other objects into his bag, an enraged howl carried from outside the supermarket. Following that roar were the roars of all the commander-level monsters, causing Luo Feng to jump. What's going on? Luo Feng hesitated. He was pretty sure he made no sound at all. The ceiling above and the walls on the eastern, western, southern, and northern sides all burst open, causing gigantic holes to appear. And from these holes came charging the enraged commander-level monsters. Protecting the dragon egg was the biggest task handed to them from their leader, the steel-armored dragon. The dragon egg is also the life of the steel-armored dragon. No matter what, and no matter what they have to sacrifice, the dragon egg must be protected. Fuck, I've been found. Run! Luo Feng didn't feel any emotion from stealing the dragon egg. Humans and monsters. This is the war between the two. Monsters want to obliterate humanity, while humanity wants to wipe the monsters off the face of the earth. To make the monsters sad and enraged is a good thing. Luo Feng instantly accelerated to his maximum speed and headed towards the elevator well. The gigantic commander-level monsters that charged into the supermarket immediately chased after. Since the elevator door has been long jammed by Luo Feng, he was able to instantly rush into the elevator well. Escape! Luo Feng immediately soared through the air. Luo Feng only felt that the entire supermarket was about to crumble. After a SA sound, the elevator well was directly blown up. Several commander-level monsters destroyed the elevator well from inside and outside the supermarket. At the exact same time, the monsters on the third, fourth, and fifth floor immediately came rushing over. Not good, Luo Feng immediately stepped onto the wall and, like a bolt of lightning, rushed up the elevator well and towards the sky outside. As long as he can get to the sky, he can escape. But right when Luo Feng got out, he saw tons of commander-level monsters rushing towards him. The monster horde comprised of regular soldier-level monsters didn't act much. Only commander-level monsters came rushing over from all sorts of places. The weakest monster in the monster squad is a medium-level commander, and more low-level commanders were spread out in the monster horde, since they were usually leading their own group of monsters. And at this instant, even all of those commanders came chasing after him. All of them jumped, and each of them were capable of jumping over 10 meters high. As for the monsters in the third, fourth, and fifth floors, they charged up to the roof, blocking Luo Feng's entire upper entrance. Above, below, surrounded on all sides. As for the steel-armored dragon, whose speed has long surpassed the speed of sound, it was charging faster than its roar could spread out. With a blurry shadow that laid waste to all in its path, it charged into the smoke-filled area. In only a few short seconds, the enraged, crimson-eyed steel-armored dragon will arrive at the Family Mart supermarket. Still going to use this note thing I used before for now, LOL. The site is still being polished, but fear not, for the story and translation quality is still the same. And to those who are still confused, the user Translationations is the admin of the site, which is not me. As you can see, I'm still Zebulon. Well, hope you have enjoyed what you just read, for it should only get. The roars of hundreds of commander-level monsters rang into the sky. At this moment, over 100 commander-level monsters were directly above Luo Feng, and there were even more waiting on the ground. However, there are only around 60 medium-level commanders and just 30 high-level commanders within these hundreds of commander-level monsters. The rest are all low-level commanders. But with such an astonishing amount, even a beginner-level war god can't escape. Sheet, Luo Feng sharpened his gaze while he clenched his teeth. His body was in midair, but with a peculiar turn, he dodged an attack from a commander-level monster. Dodge! 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 With his spiritual force used on his shield, sheath, blade, battle boots, and arm guards, he was able to apply various amounts of force on many different areas of his body, causing his body to dodge in a weird pattern in midair. Note that these monsters are all huge, so Luo Feng's body is quite small in comparison. Because of this, under normal circumstances, only 2 to 3 monsters maximum can attack Luo Feng at the same time. Dodge! Keep dodging. None of the monsters could change direction in midair, so they could only helplessly fall down as they let out disgruntled roars. As for Luo Feng, he was like a butterfly. His tiny figure quickly, rapidly, and erratically changed directions in midair, causing all of the monsters' attacks to strike just the air. Almost just 1 or 2 seconds more, and the monsters in the air will dramatically decrease. After that, I'll be able to escape. Luo Feng was basically using all of his energy to escape, and he didn't dare to touch the ground. Howl! 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 Right when the commander-level monsters in the air touched the ground, they virtually immediately organized after one of the high-level commander-level hornboar let out a deep howl. Around 60 monsters jumped together and formed a 2-layer encasement in the air. Commander-level monsters are quite intelligent, and high-level commander's intelligence is nearly comparable to that of a human's. Since they failed before, the monsters immediately changed their battle plan. They organized themselves and jumped together, forming an encasement to completely block Luo Feng. Rumble! Another group of commander-level monsters came jumping. Another layer added to the encasement. 3 layers for layers, 5 layers. Nearly 200 commander-level monsters came leaping and formed a 5-layer encasement headed straight towards Luo Feng. Aren't these monsters a bit too smart? They found out a way in an instant. Luo Feng looked at the encasement formed by the monsters that gave him no room at all and couldn't help but to feel nervous. Adding on to that, the monsters gave no time at all for Luo Feng to think and instantly arrived in front of him. NOV. L. B // Gotta put everything on the line. Luo Feng clenched his teeth and pretended to dodge. Naturally, the encasement formed by the large amounts of monsters froze, and Luo Feng finally got close to one of the medium-level commander-level bloodthirsty tanks. Howl! The bloodthirsty tank with flaming red scale roared and widely opened its mouth as its eyes turned crimson red. The teeth in its mouth were like a saw chain that could easily rip apart steel. The four powerful hooves that were able to support its gigantic body also came cruelly stomping towards Luo Feng. Oomph! A black light flashed in front of Luo Feng. Poochie! The black light instantly shot into the huge mouth of the bloodthirsty tank. With a boom, the tough skull of the bloodthirsty tank was pierced and its cerebrospinal fluid flew out. The eerie black light then drew a curved light as it flew back towards Luo Feng. The eyes of the previously enraged medium-level commander-level bloodthirsty tank instantly dimmed. With a contraction of his body, Luo Feng was right below the abdomen of the bloodthirsty tank. Charge upwards now. Luo Feng was contracted below the abdomen of the bloodthirsty tank. With the bloodthirsty tank's gigantic truck-like body, it was easy for Luo Feng to hide below it. Whoosh! Luo Feng pushed the bloodthirsty tank's corpse and directly charged upwards. The bloodthirsty tank's corpse acted as a shield. When the commander-level monsters above saw their comrade charge up, they hesitated. With just this small instant, Luo Feng already rammed away the other monsters with the huge corpse above him. Howl! 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 The commander monsters in the back didn't delay and started crazily attacking the bloodthirsty tank's corpse. Trampling, ramming, biting. Whoosh! 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 More commander-level monsters on the ground caught sight of that damned human and actually stepped on the monster's corpse to jump up. They started ferociously leaping one by one. These commander-level monsters can usually jump to a height of around 10 meters high, and sometimes even 20 meters high. And they can also jump extremely quickly. Rumble. Luo Feng could only feel waves of powerful attacks coming from above the monster corpse on him. Thanks to the gigantic monster corpse, Luo Feng was able to pass through 9 layers of the encasement. However, the shocks of the attacks still dealt Luo Feng's body a damaging blow. With his organs shocked and a pu sound, he couldn't stop a mouthful of blood from spurting out his mouth. Whoosh! 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 Not good! Luo Feng, whose mouth was still bloody, saw the coordinated monsters come swooping towards him one by one. With a cycle of jumping, falling down, and then jumping back down, this attack will never end. I can't even escape. Luo Feng's face changed dramatically. Rumble! And the uninjured eye of the steel armored dragon that was currently flying past the speed of sound seemed like it was about to shed tears of blood. Under such extreme speed, the floor split open every time its foot touched the ground. Under its astonishing speed, it wouldn't even need 2 seconds to cover the 800 meters left between its current position and the city. The wave of monster attacks drove Luo Feng into despair. That steel-armored dragon isn't even 10 miles away, so it's going to arrive soon with its super speed. This thought instantly flashed across Luo Feng's mind. Soon, that high-level horde leader, the steel-armored dragon, is going to arrive. When that happens, he'll truly have no chance of escape. With the steel-armored dragon's speed, he wouldn't be able to dodge any of its hits. I gotta stake everything. I gotta keep trying as long as there's even a sliver of hope. If I don't give it my complete and absolute all, there's no doubt that I'll die. Within a second, Luo Feng made his decision. With his teeth clenched, Luo Feng had his ghost blade in hand and his shield on his back as he made an erratic movement in the air, causing him to directly ram into a commander-level horn boar in midair. Luo Feng cruelly stomped onto the spine of the horn boar, sending it flying back towards the ground and even killing a regular soldier-level monster in the process. Luo Feng used this force to ferociously fly back up. Charge! 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 Howl! 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 The commander-level monsters flew towards Luo Feng with bloodshot eyes, but Luo Feng's spiritual force has already spread out and has covered a scope of 15 meters. 5 meters to the upper left came a medium-level commander-level hornboar, while 3 meters to the upper right came a low-level commander-level bloodthirsty tank. The two monsters came flying down from above. Luo Feng Mind, who was on the verge of death, was able to work at an unprecedented speed and instantly make his decision. Pew! Luo Feng used the horned boar to give himself a boost, thus increasing his own speed. Pong! 3 monsters rammed into each other in midair. In just 1 second, Luo Feng turned into a mirage and continuously charged upwards as he passed 21 commander-level monsters. Whether he used them to gain a boost, killed them, or even suffered injuries from them, no matter what, he used every way possible to increase his speed. He has to use any and every method in his arsenal to reach the sky. Pooh! Pooh! Poochie! Luo Feng finally escaped from the leaping monsters in the air. Once he got out, Luo Feng consecutively spit out 3 mouthfuls of fresh blood. His 5th series battle uniform was damaged, and fresh blood was leaking out of his chest. I survived! Luo Feng, whose face was already pale, was extremely excited. He became even more excited as he looked at the surrounding smoke. If he even made one tiny mistake, he would have died. And yet, he couldn't believe that his frenzied struggle enabled him to escape. Looks like a human's limits can be forced out. Luo Feng couldn't help but to laugh. In that short moment, I actually managed to take into account the positions of all 81 commander-level monsters in the area and approached 21 of them to escape. Is this the technique that's above the Ruwei class? The perfect level that's able to take the surroundings into account? Luo Feng knew that the classifications for technique were basic level, intermediate level asterisk, perfect level, conception level. The intermediate level uses the smallest amounts of movements to dodge an attack, and therefore using the movements as efficiently as possible. The perfect level takes the environment into control. It uses anything like life, rocks, structures, etc. in the surroundings to accurately dodge. This is the perfect level technique. The old war god, Li Kan, is at this level, and Shadow Blade Wang Tong has reached a level even higher, the conception level. There's still a huge difference between me and that huge war god brute. First, he's just a fighter, so he doesn't have any spiritual force to help him investigate the surroundings. As for me, I'm constantly spreading my spiritual force throughout the surroundings to see what's going on. Next, it was only on the border of life and death was my mind able to calculate that quickly. A truly perfect level wouldn't need even the mind's calculation. Just a short second of extreme calculation was enough to give Luo Feng a slight headache. Boom! In a short moment, Luo Feng rushed up to a height of 60 meters in the air. The several hundred commander-level monsters and the uncountable amount of regular soldier-level monsters either angrily roared or leaped with all their might. Some dozens of monsters already in the air even jumped on each other to give themselves a boost. Get out of here! With a thought, a black light flew over. Poochie! The high-level commander-level monsters that couldn't dodge in midair had their heads pierced through by Luo Feng's throwing knife and fell down to the ground. Time to go! With a thought, the buckles on Luo Feng's back loosened, and the shield flew below Luo Feng's feet. Whoosh! Luo Feng directly and speedily flew away. Roared an ear-piercing howl instantly carried over. The sound waves rippled the layers of Luo Feng's ears. My ears hurt like crazy. Luo Feng couldn't help but to cover his ears as he looked back. What was seen was a gigantic body with deep green scales covering its entire body. It was like a light drawing across the sky as it directly flew over. The owner of that cold, one eye that gave off an enraged, killing aura was indeed the Steel Armored Dragon. High-level horde leader? Steel Armored Dragon. This is 80 meters up in the air. Isn't that jumping distance a bit too messed up? Luo Feng was shocked as he immediately and swiftly turned in the air and moved along a beautifully curved arc as he tried to evade the Steel Armored Dragon. Note, I didn't know that Ru Wei was actually talking about an actual level, since they never mentioned the classifications until now. If I wasn't sure, then I can't just say intermediate, since that would imply there are low and high levels. So from now on, Ru class will be changed into intermediate level. Even though the steel armor dragon is a high-level horde leader, it can't fly. It can only sprint and jump. And of course, it can't change direction in midair, so getting rid of it should be easy. Luo was certain that he could escape. With his hexagonal shield below his feet, he directly flew across a curved arc in the air and headed straight towards the clouds. The only eye that the steel armor dragon had left stared at Luo menacingly. Roar! Under its enraged howl, the steel-armored dragon ferociously swung its tail. The 10-meter-long dragon tail instantly turned into a green mirage as it swept towards Luo. The distance that Luo pulled apart was instantly covered again by this 10-meter-long dragon tail. The high-level horde leader-level steel-armored dragon could sprint past the speed of sound, and the speed of its sweeping tail was 10 times faster than its sprinting speed. This dragon tail was several times faster than a bullet fired from the best sniper rifle. This is why high-level horde leaders are horrifying. Gee! Probably because the dragon tail was too fast, high-pressured airstreams were produced. It won't hit me, it's still 50 to 60 centimeters off. Luo instantly determined. The tip of the dragon tail was off by Luo's chest by half a meter. It couldn't hit him. However, the extremely high-pressured airstream smashed against Luo's chest like a gigantic sledgehammer. Thanks to that, Luo felt like he couldn't breathe for a bit. Luo's body was thrown away, and he had to start stabilizing the shield. Just what one would expect from a high-level horde leader. The high-pressured airstream brought by the dragon's tail almost knocked me out. Luo could feel a mouthful of fresh blood coming up his throat and couldn't hold it any longer. With a pu sound, a mouthful of fresh blood shot out. Luo looked at the steel-armored dragon that was still in midair and only saw its gigantic body falling towards the ground. You're not even a flying-type monster. Unless you reach the Emperor level, you'll never be able to fly. Luo smiled, completely relaxed himself, and then set his foot on his shield and flew upwards. The feeling of flying is really fantastic. Roar! The steel-armored dragon stepped on the sidewalk in the city and leaped to the roof of a residential building that was a couple stories high. Once again, it ferociously jumped, and at that instant, the roof of the residential building instantly crumbled. As that happened, large amounts of concrete directly tumbled down from the building. NOVLB //JNN. And the steel-armored dragon used this jump to a height of around 100 meters high, roaring as it charged towards Luo. Steel-armored dragon. No matter well you can jump, it's futile. When Luo saw that steel-armored dragon jump to the roof of the residential building, he started ascending. By continuously ascending, he easily reached a height of 300 meters above the ground. The steel-armored dragon could only powerlessly fall back to the ground. The steel-armored dragon whipped its tail against the air, using the resistive force to make it fall back to the ground more quickly. It's useless. Luo continued to pull higher, and even started to head away from the city. Rumble, an ear-piercing sound carried from below. Luo, who was up in the sky, lowered his head and saw that steel-armored dragon running around in the city. Sometimes it would jump over residential apartments, sometimes it would run on the sidewalk, and sometimes it would step on the buildings as it sprinted. It tried to stick to Luo like glue as it chased him. I can't believe it's not giving up. Luo's face slightly changed. As a high-level horde leader, the steel-armored dragon's sight is extremely messed up. Even if I fly up to a distance of 2,000 to 3,000 meters above the ground, it'll still be able to see me as long as nothing is blocking its vision. Putting high-level horde leaders aside, even Luo can see a human 2 to 3 miles away. So, of course, it wouldn't be weird for this steel-armored dragon to see someone 5 to 6 miles away. I'm not flying past the speed of sound, but it's sprinting past the speed of sound, so it'll be hard to lose it. I guess the only way left is to fly above the clouds. Luo started pulling higher again. Whoosh! Feet on his hexagonal shield, he directly started flying upwards again, hoping to pass the clouds. After he's above the clouds, the steel armored dragon won't be able to see him again. Naturally, it won't be able to chase him any longer. Ga, 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 Ga. As ear-piercing calls from birds rang, a black, gigantic, densely packed flock of flying-type monsters was seen coming from the west. And this gigantic flock was headed towards Luo Feng. I'm such an idiot. Luo Feng insulted himself. The sky was the territory of the flying monsters. Only astonishingly powerful aircraft are able to fly in the sky. As for human fighters, if they dared to fly in the air, they'd naturally get hoarded by the flying-type monsters' attacks. Before the Grand Nirvana period, the birds had superb vision. So it's not even necessary to explain how great their vision is now. These flying-type monsters probably saw that he was flying in midair, so they instantly summoned the flock to surround him. I'm much more flexible compared to the monsters on the land near the Family Mart supermarket. But compared to these flying-type monsters, that'll be jumping towards my death. Luo Feng didn't hesitate at all. Right when he noticed the black, dense flock of flying-type monsters, he instantly charged back down towards the city. Fighting against the flying-type monsters in the air means absolute death. And as long as he stays far away from the lone steel armored dragon, he still has some hope. Roar! When the steel armored dragon saw that the flying human actually started to come back down, it immediately headed towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng, in the process of his descent, followed the path of a huge arc. Sha! Luo Feng, like lightning and with a boom, directly smashed into a window on the balcony on the 12th floor of a residential apartment. The glass on the balcony immediately blasted open and Luo Feng charged in. Rumble, like a deep green flash of light. The steel armored dragon ferociously charged and directly smashed into the balcony of the 8th floor of the residential apartment that Luo Feng charged into. Under the horrifying force of impact, the entire residential apartment shook violently. The concrete walls supporting the center of the building started to burst open, and the entire building started to slowly fall down. Human! The steel armored dragon roared its monster speak and locked onto a moving shadow in front of it. The shadow that Luo Feng formed, once again, charged into another residential building. Roar! The steel armored dragon was afraid that its hesitation would allow Luo Feng to escape, so, without any hesitation, it directly rammed into the spot that Luo Feng passed through. The entire residential building was sliced in half from the center, and then slowly started to fall down again. This is a medium-sized sector, so only taking 12-story residential apartments into account, there are at least 20 of them. However, in chasing Luo Feng, the steel armored dragon has already led to the destruction of 8 of them by going through the windows of the residential apartment. Luo Feng wasn't affected much. For the steel armored dragon's gigantic body, blasting away a residential apartment had a large effect on it. But the steel dragon had no other choice, because the residential buildings were blocking its vision. Rumble! When it destroyed the 8th residential apartment, the steel armored dragon suddenly stopped and stayed still on the ground. The 8th residential apartment slowly fell down and towards the steel armored dragon. However, the steel armored dragon didn't dodge. With a boom, the entire residential apartment smashed into the steel armored dragon. But with the hardness of its scales, the residential apartment was like tofu and didn't harm the steel armored dragon at all. Human. The steel armored dragon angrily roared as it looked around. Yes, it lost Luo Feng. In a dark electrical room in an underground parking lot below the small sector, Luo Feng was leaning against the wall. Breathe, Luo Feng breathed slowly. He could feel a throbbing pain coming from his chest, and fresh blood soaked out of the chest area in his battle uniform. I received quite a serious wound this time. I already received a heavy wound when escaping from the encasement comprised of large amounts of commander-level monsters from earlier. And now, the pressurized airstream generated by the steel armor dragon's tail hit my chest. Making the wound even worse, Luo Feng lightly rubbed his chest, and a throbbing pain carried from it, causing Luo Feng's face to go pale. Even though he was heavily wounded, Luo Feng was in quite a good mood. That steel armored dragon probably can't find me if I hide in this electrical room in this underground parking lot. Luo Feng let out a smile. When he charged towards this sector, his escape plan was already formed. In a sector like this, there must be an underground parking lot. He went through the residential apartments over and over to block the steel armored dragon's vision. No matter how sturdy the steel armored dragon is, ramming into the residential apartment buildings over and over again had to have some sort of effect on it. Then, Luo Feng managed to grasp his chance. The entrance to an underground parking lot was not too far away from the 8th residential apartment. Naturally, he took his advantage and directly charged towards it. After the 8th residential apartment fell, the rubble covered the entrance to the underground parking lot. It looks like it would be quite difficult for the steel armored dragon to guess where Luo Feng is after all. Roar! On the surface, the steel armored dragon's enraged roar carried over. This roar was much louder than its previous roars. Rumble. What quickly followed was the vibration of the earth. At this time, all sorts of different roars also started ringing. Note that this steel armored dragon is the leader of all the monsters in a 20 to 30 mile radius. With a command, the monster horde comprised of over 100,000 monsters immediately spread out and headed towards every direction. Under the command of low, medium, and high-level commanders, the monsters scanned the area in search of the human. In the dark, cold underground parking lot, the electrical room, the roars of the monsters aren't stopping and the ground keeps shaking. That steel armored dragon probably mobilized the entire monster horde in search of me. Luo Feng's face changed. It would be hard for the steel armored dragon to find him alone, but with several tens of thousands of monsters searching in every possible location, he'll probably be discovered if he stays put here. Since this sector is definitely where the steel armored dragon will focus on, looks like I won't have the chance to tend to my wounds. Luo Feng stood up and was quite relaxed, since the previous scenario was much more dangerous than his current one. After all, he has already escaped. And now, would he still not be able to get away? There are tons and tons of tunnels making up the number 003 city subway system. If I remember correctly, there should be a tunnel not too far away from here. I'll enter the underground tunnel and follow it. Then I'll be able to easily get out of number 003 city. The tunnels are small, so even if there are monsters, they'll be smaller and weaker ones. At the very least, monsters like the steel armored dragon won't be able to squeeze in. It's time to go back home, back to the headquarters city. Once I get back, I'll sell this dragon egg, that battle uniform set, and the blade. I don't know how much it'll sell for, and whether or not I can get 30 billion inch, even though Luo Feng's chest was throbbing with pain. His heart was only filled with infinite hope. Even though he has been working himself like crazy this time, if he's able to allow his little brother to grow out a new pair of legs. 2 shadows were currently standing on top of the messy roof of the family mart. Those shadows were precisely Shadow Blade, Wong Tong, and Bear's Strength, Lee Kansas NOV, L, B //JNN. Brother Wong, I can't believe we were taken advantage of this time. Lee Kan's voice was extremely deep. Since that steel armor dragon just laid an egg, a highly skilled fighter must have stolen the egg while we were fighting against the steel armor dragon. This was why that steel armor dragon went into a frenzy. Indeed, the city is also empty. There's nothing here, Wong Tong nodded. When they came over, they've already checked the surroundings. As for that commander-level monster squad, they can easily kill a low-level war god and can at least injure an intermediate-level war god. However, against an advanced-level war god like Wong Tong, the commander-level monster squad will instantly crumble. After destroying the monster squad, Wong Tong and Lee can search the area. But seriously, this person really has no shame, said Lee Kan lowly. Wong Tong laughed. Indeed, he has no shame, but to be able to safely escape from the assault of a commander-level monster squad and successfully steal the dragon egg. This skill, he's at least an intermediate-level war god. But an intermediate-level war god has so many different ways of making money. So why steal this dragon egg? Dragon eggs are worth a lot of money, but it depends on what you're comparing it to. For example, the difference between a dragon egg and a SS grade battle uniform set is gigantic. If this dragon egg hatches, then it'll be a young steel armor dragon. Even after it grows, most steel armor dragons are only low-level horde leaders. Only by going through battles over and over again can it grow and improve. It's not always the case for the child to surpass the parent. For example, it's extremely difficult for the children of the strongest fighter on Earth, Hong, to catch up to the strength Hong possesses. A fully grown, normal steel armor dragon, in other words, a low-level horde leader steel armor dragon, is worth around 3 billion. And since unhatched dragon eggs are extremely rare, they're worth more than a fully grown steel armor dragon. However, they're worth around 5.3 billion Chinese dollars. Even though 5.3 billion is quite a bit, an intermediate-level war god can use his own strength to hunt monster horde leaders. There's no need for him to take advantage of other people. Which is also why Wang Tong and Li Ken aren't angry. They're only exclaiming the fact that this person has no shame. An intermediate-level war god taking advantage of us, Li Ken shook his head. Well, no matter. Since that steel armor dragon is heavily injured and has pushed itself to its limits by sprinting that quickly, it must have worsened its injuries, laughed Wang Tong. Our goal is to kill this high-level horde leader-level steel armor dragon, so we better not let it escape. Let's go. Li Ken also nodded. A low-level horde leader is worth around 500 million to 3.9 billion. Since there are many different species of low-level horde leaders, the price would also vary by quite a bit. And a steel armor dragon is worth 3.9 billion. A medium-level horde leader is worth around 1.5 billion to 9 billion. A high-level horde leader is worth around 5.3 billion to 20 billion. Most of the horde leader monsters fall into this range. Of course, there'll always be exceptions. Naturally, there's no need to explain any further about those extremely rare monsters. This high-level horde leader is worth around 18 billion. Sadly, only an extremely small portion of the advanced level war gods have the ability to hunt a high-level horde leader-level steel armor dragon. Of course, this isn't including the existences that surpass the war god level. On the plains near the border of number 003 city, the 4 members of the Thunderbolt squad were currently staying in a room on the 8th floor of an 8-story building. Wang Tong and Li Ken told them to leave the city and go to the highway, since that's the safest course of action. Despite that, the members of the Thunderbolt were curious on how the battle between the 2 war gods and the high-level horde leader-level steel armor dragon would go, so they decided to hide on the side of the city. From here, they can escape any time they deem it too dangerous to stay. Rumble. Within a radius of tens of miles of the city, the roars of tens of thousands of monsters rang across the skies. That steel armor dragon went mad and summoned its entire monster horde, which is now going out of control. The old veteran, named Lu, couldn't help but to laugh. Mr. Wang sure is powerful, to be able to beat up the steel armor dragon to such an extent. Yup, just what you would expect from the Shadow Blade, Tiger Fawn Captain. Panya nodded in agreement. Even though they are on the outermost edge of the border and aren't too sure of what exactly has happened in the city, they naturally can guess based upon the sounds they can hear. A monster horde out of control. I wonder what that looks like. The eyes of the mixed youth Li Wei flashed. Young master, even though this monster horde is tens of miles away, we should still leave now, just in case. We can't hear anything else anyway, laughed the old veteran named Lu. The white brute on the side, Ka Long, also looked towards the young master. The young master, Li Wei, nodded. All right, let's depart and head towards the... Following that, the 4 members of the Thunderbolt squad left the building and directly went to the nearest highway. They then proceeded to leave number 003 city. In a small sector, Luo Feng was walking inside the underground parking lot. The underground parking lot was quite vast. Most importantly, all the basements of the buildings in this sector were connected to this underground parking lot. This way, the owners of the apartments can just go down their basements and enter the underground parking lots directly to find their cars. This layout also took the owners into consideration. Interesting. I can't believe all of the buildings here are connected. Luo Feng was carrying his bag as a throwing knife drew across a door. He then entered one of the basements of the connected buildings. This basement was divided into a billiard room, a music room, a bar area, etc. They sure know how to enjoy themselves, laughed Luo Feng as he followed the staircase and headed towards the first floor of the building. He carefully hid behind the northern window in the living room and observed what was going on outside. A shaking deep green dragon tail could be seen around 100 meters away. The dragon tail's green scales looked especially horrifying under the winter sun's light. As for the other parts of the steel-armored dragon's body, they were blocked by a building. This steel-armored dragon is quite intelligent. It probably thinks I'm hiding somewhere in the sector, so it's looking for me carefully, laughed Luo Feng as he went up to the third floor of the building. He lowered his body so that the steel-armored dragon couldn't see him through the windows of the building. Well, after dozens of years, the windows of these buildings were already filthy dirty. Third floor of the building, one of the bedrooms. Luo Feng looked carefully through one of the bedroom windows and searched for the entrance to the subway that he caught a glimpse of when flying from before. It's over there. Luo Feng quickly discovered it. One of the entrances to the subway was right outside the small sector. Taking the underground parking lot size and the terrain of the sector into account, Luo Feng calculated the closest way to get there. I'll do it like this. Luo Feng carefully went downstairs to the basement and then went into the underground parking lot. According to what he remembered, he swiftly ran to a corner of the underground parking lot. From here, I'll directly dig forwards. I should be able to arrive inside the subway station within 30 meters. Even though the distance is quite far, this is still the closest path. How am I supposed to dig? Luo Feng looked around and saw the various dirty cars in the underground parking lot. I know. Luo Feng slightly smiled. With a thought, a throwing knife suddenly flew out. It made no sound as it cut off the steel covering the front engines of two cars. With a spiritual force controlling them, the two pieces of steel immediately curled up and became cone-shaped. Luo Feng himself lay inside the cone-shaped pieces of steel. Go! Under control of his spiritual force, the throwing knives cut open a huge hole out of the tough concrete wall of the underground parking lot. The cone-shaped steel then directly flew in and started going through the soil. Shishi, the subway station was long filled with dust, and one of the walls, with a pung sound, had a half-meter hole burst open from it. Concrete pieces fell all over the place. The tip of the cone-shaped steel came out first, and the shadow hiding inside the cone rolled out onto the ground. Even though this way of digging is slower than the monsters with digging abilities, it's still quite fast for a human fighter. Luo Feng's body was quite clean. Inside the subway, it was clear that it has been abandoned for far too long. Luo Feng observed the subway map and wiped off the dust on the glass covering the subway map. He closely observed, if I follow this tunnel, then I'll arrive at Kunshan City? What city is Kunshan City? People of the modern age have long forgotten the names of most cities before the Grand Nirvana period. Even Luo Feng only remembered the famous cities like Shanghai, Nanjing, Suzhou, Hangzhou, etc. Kunshan? Who knows from where that popped out of? But one thing's for certain, Kunshan City isn't part of Shanghai. Yep, this line Luo Feng came to a subway tunnel that subway trains used to pass through and immediately jumped into it. He then speedily headed towards the direction of Kunshan City. There were actually still some monsters in this subway tunnel. As Luo Feng progressed, he encountered quite a few monsters, most of which were weaker soldier-level monsters. However, he also encountered 3 low-level commanders and even 1 medium-level commander. All of them were quite small, though. And of course, the throwing knives that were under the control of his spiritual force? Clean them up quickly. Some portions of this subway tunnel were also above the ground. This line is the same subway line that connected Shanghai to Kunshan a long time ago. I've advanced around 100 miles, so I'm definitely out of number 003 city. Luo Feng checked the GPS on his tactical communications watch, and indeed, he was around 50 miles away from Shanghai City. I should get on the highway and head back to the headquarters city. Who knows what kinds of monsters will appear in the subway tunnel? And I also don't want to go to some Kunshan City. Who knows what kind of place that is? Luo Feng was smiling brightly and was in a great mood. How can he not be happy? He has already escaped from Shanghai City. Luo Feng smiled as he carried his big backpack that held the dragon egg and the battle uniform set, and, with his GPS guidance, headed towards the highway. On the highway, all sorts of abandoned automobiles could be seen. The sky was already dark, and the moon couldn't be seen in the sky. The stars were looking fine, and the weak starlight they emanated barely allowed one to make out the outline of the highway. On a certain section of the highway, the 4 members of the Thunderbolt squad were sitting on top of a toppled bus. Even though the young master's training plan wasn't entirely completed, the young master's skill still raised by quite a bit, said the old veteran named Lu as he smiled. Nothing special, but it's still quite a bit from what my dad wants, said the mixed youth, Li Wei, as he shook his head. Young master, for your age, you're quite powerful already, said the old veteran named Lu. Ka Long and Pan Yin nodded in agreement. Li Wei shook his head. It's not enough. Not even close to enough. There are plenty of intermediate-level warlords that are around 20 years old in Jiangnan City. My parents are both powerful war god fighters. So how can their son be so weak? Oh, also, Panya, you previously said that Firehammer Squad's Luo Feng was only 18 years old last year, right? And he's already a low-level warlord. Me, the son of 2 great war gods, can't even compete with some random kid. Yes, responded the old veteran named Lu. Young master, you're the strongest, added the white brute Ka Long. Li Wei slightly smiled. The Tiger Fang captain, Panya, exclaimed, Indeed, it is as the young master says. Compared to the young master, Luo Feng isn't even worth a dog's ass. However, this Luo Feng is like a thorn in my side now. The Firehammer Squad and Tiger Fang Squad have always been on bad terms, and now that I'm the only person left in the Tiger Fang Squad, the Firehammer Squad will surely try to deal with me. Maybe the others won't pose too much of a problem, but this Luo Feng improves way too quickly. He just recently became a fighter, and he's already a low-level warlord. I'm sure that he'll soon surpass me too. When that happens, there's no doubt that I'll die. Panya let out a long sigh. Indeed, Panya was full of regret. When he previously met Luo Feng in the resupplying base, Zhang Zhe who advised him to kill off Luo Feng. However, Panya was afraid of making the rest of the Firehammer Squad enraged, so he didn't take action. But who knew that ever since then, Luo Feng's skill rapidly climbed up and even managed to earn the nickname of Crazy, killing off around 10,000 monsters in 2 months, most of them being high-level soldier-level monsters. This crazy incident has long spread throughout the circle of fighters in Jiangnan City. Sadly, Panya never encountered Luo Feng until he came to number 003 City. Aren't you going to join a new fighter squad when you get back? Said the mixed youth Li Wei. Yeah, but the Firehammer Squad will never forget this grudge. They might pick a time to secretly shoot a bullet at me, said Panya with a bitter face. He didn't forget that the Tiger Fang Squad did the exact same thing to the Firehammer Squad. And with his current strength, he'll certainly die if he was ambushed by a sniper rifle all of a sudden. Panya looked towards the mixed youth Li Wei and asked, Young master, if you ever have the chance to go through your information network in the Underground Alliance, could you notify me where Luo Feng is in the wilderness? Sure, no problem, said Li Wei heartily. The old veteran named Lu and the white brute exchanged glances. They have long knew that Panya purposefully put on a worried look to try and get that young master to use some of his power. However, since the 2 of them are just bodyguards, they weren't going to bother with such a thing. In these days, Panya was pretty good at kissing ass, which put the old veteran named Lu and the white brute in a good mood. Adding to that, Panya's squad did indeed suffer great losses, so it's okay to help him out a bit. It's not early anymore, so we should rest now. We still have a long way to go tomorrow, spoke the old veteran named Lu. Immediately, the 4 members of the Thunderbolt squad started to rest. Unlike in the summer, most fighter squads rest in the night during the winter and hit the road during the day. It's hot in the summer, so they rest in the morning to avoid the sun and run in the night when it's cool. Deep in the night, the members of the Thunderbolt squad either had their legs crossed or were laying on the ground as all of them rested. Except for the young master, the other 3 were only resting with their eyes closed. They didn't dare to fall asleep. Who knows when a monster will appear in the wilderness? Getting eaten by a monster while you're still in your dreams. That'll surely be something to regret. Panya, the old veteran named Lu, and the white brute virtually opened their eyes at the exact same time as they heard a sound. N/O/vel/B//and.C//om. The sound of footsteps. Suddenly, a shadow passed the bus, and then suddenly turned his head. The passing fighter established eye contact with Panya, the old veteran named Lu, and the white brute. I can't believe I encountered them. Luo Feng wanted to curse the heavens. He was originally in a great mood and wanted to return home, but who knew that the 4 members of the Thunderbolt squad were hiding behind a bus and resting? Because the bus was blocking his vision, Luo Feng didn't know that there were 4 people ahead of him. By the time he walked past the bus and discovered them, it was already too late. Luo Feng. Panya roared, his eyes flashing with anger. Jeez! He thought he would have to search long and hard for him. But who knew that this Luo Feng actually appeared in front of them alone? Oh, so this guy is that Luo Feng. I've seen you before, the mixed youth, the young masterly Wei. Just woke up and was already standing up. He coldly looked at Luo Feng. Li Wei wasn't dumb. He long knew that the Tiger Feng Captain Panya wanted to kill Luo Feng. Now that Luo Feng has come to them himself, nothing more needs to be said. Pity could be found in Li Wei's eyes as he looked towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng, you barged into the gates of hell yourself. The Tiger Feng Captain Panya glanced at the old veteran named Lu. The old veteran named Lu slightly nodded. Previously, Panya asked Senior Lu to help him eliminate the Firehammer Squad. However, they weren't able to find the Firehammer Squad that time. Tiger Feng Captain, Luo Feng's face changed dramatically. Barged into the gates of hell? Even a stupid person could figure out that Panya had the intent to kill. However, without the other 3 on the side, it'll be hard to say who'll kill who. The 3 people on the side were a problem. Both the veteran named Lu and the white brute were advanced level warlords. And even though that young master was weak, his background was horrifying. Several war gods are standing right behind him. Luo Feng turned towards the old veteran named Lu, the white brute, and the mixed youth and said, "This guy here, the Tiger Feng Captain Panya, has a grudge with my Firehammer Squad. I'm sure the 3 of you can see what he's about to do. The law says that fighters aren't allowed to kill each other. Of course, since we're in the wilderness now, the law is powerless. I don't ask for the 3 of you to stop them, but to just stand by and not interfere. Let me and this Panya have a battle to the death." Luo Feng looked towards the mixed youth. This young master here must be young Masterly Wei. Even though I have not exchanged many words with young Masterly Wei, I have heard of young Masterly Wei's huge name before. It was from my Firehammer Squad comrades that I heard you were young Masterly Wei. If I knew that, then I would have gave the twin-headed black striped snake to you. Luo Feng humbled himself and praised this young Masterly Wei. Yup, young Masterly Wei slightly smiled, as he was clearly enjoying the praise of this genius fighter. As long as this Li Wei and the other 2 don't interfere, this'll be easy. Even if I kill Panya in a direct confrontation, with Li Wei and the other 2's status, they probably wouldn't bother to deal the matter, Luo Feng expectantly hoped. Panya immediately glanced at the old veteran named Lu. They had an agreement to get rid of the Firehammer Squad. "Who are you? Speaking in such a roundabout matter like this," scolded the old veteran named Lu. Senior Luo Feng humbled himself. "Who's your senior?" the old veteran named Lu glared. "Panya's 2 comrades were probably killed by you. Since you killed Panya's comrades, even death won't wash away your guilt." Li Wei smiled on the side as he prepared to watch how his subordinates will go about killing Luo Feng. Luo Feng is a genius? Killing a genius is also a very interesting thing. What should I do? What should I do? Luo Feng's face was bitter. I can definitely kill Panya alone, but it'll be hard if the other 3 come into play. Especially that young Masterly Wei. If they act, should I fight back? If I don't fight back, I'll die. If I do fight back, then even if I can kill all of them, I'll be in gigantic trouble after killing Li Wei. But if I don't kill him and Li Wei takes his revenge, it'll be even worse. Many different kinds of thoughts flashed across Luo Feng's mind instantly. The old veteran named Lu, the White Brute, and Panya split up as they approached Luo Feng. Whoosh! 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 Luo Feng threw 3 throwing knives straight towards Panya, turned around, and then ran. Dang! Dang! Ring! Panya's triangular saber swiftly blocked 2 of the throwing knives. He then dodged the third one. Boo! The old veteran named Lu, the White Brute, and Panya instantly accelerated as they prepared to kill Luo Feng. But right when they did that, the 2 throwing knives that fell on the ground after being deflected by Panya instantly shot towards the heads of the veteran named Lu and the White Brute. The veteran named Lu and the White Brute were turned away from the 2 throwing knives. Adding to that, Luo Feng's spiritual force accelerated the throwing knives to insanely high speeds. The throwing knives were a bit faster than a bullet fired from a sniper rifle. Before the sound of the sonic boom reached them, the throwing knives that were several times faster than speed have already arrived. Pew! Pew! 2 eerie black lights instantly went through the heads of the veteran named Lu and the White Brute from behind. With 2 pung sounds, their heads directly bursted open. These 2 unsuspecting advanced-level warlords were directly and instantly killed. What? Exclaimed Panya. The throwing knife that pierced the head of the veteran named Lu flew along a curved arc and instantly shot towards Panya. A direct attack. Sadly, Panya was only an intermediate-level warlord. He desperately waved the triangular saber he had in hand and barely grazed the edge of the eerie black light. However, the eerie black light slightly changed paths. Poochie! Panya's head was directly sliced off. All of this happened too quickly. The mixed youth, Li Wei, who was happily observing, couldn't help but to widen his eyes and immediately go for his tactical communications watch as he saw the heads of the old veteran named Lu and the White Brute burst open. Poochie! The third throwing knife dodged by Panya directly drew across Li Wei's neck. A huge head, a head worth an astronomical price, flew up just like that. Fresh blood sprayed from the wound like a fountain. In an instant, the 4 members of the Thunderbolt squad killed. The rabbit got hasty and tried to bite someone. You really think I wouldn't have killed you? Fuck you, you just have war god parents. Even if they actually find out that I'm the killer, I could always expose my identity as a spirit reader, give up my freedom, and join the core of the dojo of limits. Furthermore, who knows whether or not your old dad can actually find me? Luo Feng put away his throwing knives and at the same time turned into a shadow and ran off the highway into the grass-filled fields. Like an arrow, Luo Feng shot through the grassy fields, his speed reaching an astonishing level. Using his spiritual force to lighten the burden and also using it to push on the shield on his back. Luo Feng is moving much faster than he would if he was empty-handed. Boom! Sprint! Sprint as fast as you can. Don't stop sprinting. I need to leave the scene as fast as possible. With Li Wei's background, once he dies, his family will probably have some special type of advanced technology to notify them. When that happens, they might use a satellite to investigate the scene. If they find me, then I'll be in trouble. Luo Feng doesn't know much about satellites, and he doesn't know how they work either. But when the war god Lu Gang died, the satellite recorded the rat tide explosion. Quite a few people observed the recording through special means. After they find out about Li Wei's death and find the spot where he died, they'll use a satellite to investigate. All of these steps will certainly take time. What I need to do now is get as far away as possible as fast as possible. And running in the grassy field should make it harder for the satellite to discover me. Luo Feng ran with his eyes red. Without his spiritual force, it'll be impossible for Luo Feng to sprint faster than 100 meters per second. But now, his speed was around 150 meters per second. N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. 150 meters per second, which is near 900 meters every 6 seconds. That'll be 9 kilometers every minute, 45 kilometers in 5 minutes. This speed is extremely horrifying. Usually, only intermediate warlords can achieve such a speed. However, Luo Feng didn't dare to take any chances. He'll never forget the time where two great war gods came to save the Thunderbolt squad when they were surrounded by a monster horde. This shows how big Li Wei's background was. Thankfully, I'm a member of the Dojo of Limits. Well, it's too late to regret it now. My parents and brother are all living in the fighter sector of the Dojo of Limits anyway. Luo Feng has never worried about the safety of his family. Since if the fighters of the world join the Thunder Dojo or the Dojo of Limits, the safety of their families is guaranteed after moving to the respective dojo's fighter sectors. There was once a case of the Bloodblade. Bloodblade was an advanced level war god who had a grudge against Feng Yu, one of the fighters in the Dojo of Limits. However, Feng Yu has long passed away in the wilderness, so the powerful Bloodblade took his anger out on all of Feng Yu's family. Relatives, parents, children, nephews, nieces, and grandchildren. All of them were killed. Immediately, the public was enraged. Note that fighters frequently pass away in the wilderness. The family these fighters leave behind are always protected by all the fighters in their dojo, because nobody knows who will die and who will live. So naturally, everybody works together to protect each other's families. So, whoever dared to lay a hand on a member of the dojo's family becomes the enemy of the entire dojo. Once the news of Feng Yu's family's death spread around, all the fighters in the Dojo of Limits around the world enraged. A fighter's family is something you should never touch. If you kill them, you become enemies with all the fighters in that dojo. After that, the world's strongest fighter, Hong, personally appeared to investigate the matter. After finding out that the murderer was Bloodblade, he used all of the information networks in not only all the governments of the world, but also the HR Alliance to search for the advanced level war god fighter who fled to the wilderness. After that, an investigator whose authority was only below Hong, the chief instructor of the world headquarters of the Dojo of Limits, was sent out. This person was also an existence that surpassed the war god level. This investigator brought a staggering 36 war gods with him to hunt down Bloodblade. In the end, Bloodblade killed himself. He was probably afraid of being caught and tortured. After that incident, the creators of the two largest dojos, the Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo, Hong and Thunder God, even hosted and broadcasted around the world the memorial meeting for Feng Yu's family. These two absolute strongest fighters also expressed their anger in this memorial meeting. Whoever dares to touch a fighter's family is declaring war against all the fighters in the Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo. And in this memorial meeting, representatives have been sent out from each headquarters cities in the 5 countries of the world, and even from the HR Alliance, to respond to these two strongest fighters. From then on, nobody dared to harm a fighter's family. Every country has made it the law to prohibit fighters from killing each other. But as everyone knows, nobody can control what goes on in the wilderness. Also, fighters frequently fight on the border of life and death, so once they have a grudge, it'll be normal for them to kill each other. So the killings between fighters, every organization can only pretend to ignore it, unless someone has enough evidence like a video. Only then will the dojo or government take action, or else they wouldn't deal with it. However, if a grudge between two fighters start to affect their families, then they are dragging in all the powers of the entire world into the conflict. Let's enter number 023 city. Luo Feng charged from the highway to the closed-set city, number 023 city. He was finally able to let out a sigh of relief when he arrived. This number 023 city is what was called Suzhou City from before the Grand Nirvana period. This city is big, so there are probably a lot of fighters here. I don't want to attract a lot of attention while I'm here, thought Luo Feng to himself. Night. On the highway, blood was splattered onto the bus on the side. The corpses of the 4 members of the Thunderbolt squad were also on the ground. 10 seconds after the mixed youth, Li Wei died. Beep! An area near the chest on the battle uniform of Li Wei's headless corpse immediately sent out a signal. Jiangnan Headquarters City, main city area. In a small sector called Jiangnan Mountain Water that was ranked number 2 out of the 6 most extravagant sectors in China and ranked number 1 in Jiangnan City. Jiangnan Mountain Water Sector. In the most extravagant area of the entire main city area were some preserved mountains and rivers. When Jiangnan headquarters city was first built, many of the mountains and hills had to be leveled in order to make room for the dense population. The mountains and hills were removed and replaced with many tall residential buildings. Only in this sector, which took up several miles, did these beautiful mountains exist. There were even man-made waterfalls and lakes, making this the place where countless high-ranking government officials and rich people wished to live. You can't get into this place with just money. You can't get into this place with just power. In all of China, there are 6 headquarters cities. In these 6 headquarters cities, beautiful sectors like these aren't common. And this sector ranks first in Jiangnan headquarters city and ranks 2 in all of China. In Jiangnan Mountain Water Sector, a villa on the peak of Marvelous Mountain. The misty starlight encapsulated the entire peak of the mountain. Hua hua, the sound of a waterfall carried from far away. On the balcony of the villa on the peak of the mountain was a person wearing a loose, deep blue uniform and sitting with his legs crossed. His cold face looked like a sculpted rock, and, even though his eyes were closed, one could feel his cold aura emanating from him. His entire body gave off a heart-chilling feeling. He was one of the strongest fighters on the entire earth, an advanced war god, Li Yao, whose nickname was Vulture. Beep beep. An ear-piercing sound suddenly came from a seemingly regular-looking watch on his wrist. Li Yao suddenly ferociously opened his eyes, which flashed like lightning. Wei! Li Yao's sculpture-like cold face suddenly let out a face of surprisement and rage. Contact Wei's 2 bodyguards, Li Yao commanded his watch. His watch was one of the most advanced products of the HR Alliance, which is currently not sold on the market. The 2 bodyguards died too. A faintly glowing light could be seen in Li Yao's eyes. Whoosh! Li Yao instantly transformed into a shadow as he directly rushed into the 3rd floor of the villa. This 3rd floor had dozens of rooms, one of which was a large auditorium. The hazy shadow came together and stood in the auditorium. Turn on, enter fighter search mode. With Li Yao's command, a gigantic apparatus on the side of the auditorium shot out a misty light, which focused in the center of the auditorium and became a 3D hologram. Mr. Li Yao. All that could be seen in the 3D hologram was a person who was an old man wearing a black suit. This black suit wearing old man was looking at Li Yao. Actually, right when the 3D hologram was formed, the apparatus projecting the hologram also recorded Li Yao, which was then projected into another target in the auditorium. Confirm the location of my son, Li Wei. All that could be seen on Li Yao's face was haste. Search for the positions of all the war gods in a 100-mile radius of his position. There are no war gods within a 100-mile radius of Li Wei's position, said the black suit-wearing old man. How is that possible? Not even half a minute has passed, yet Li Wei's face changed dramatically. With the device in his son's battle uniform, it'll send a signal 10 seconds after it detects the heart stops beating. From then until Li Yao began his search, not even 30 seconds has passed. Even if a war god runs past the speed of sound at a speed of 400 meters per second, that isn't even 30 miles yet. So, how come nothing could be found? To Li Yao, only a war god level fighter could kill his son's 2 advanced level warlord bodyguards so quickly that they didn't even have the chance to report. How can this be? Li Yao didn't dare to hesitate and immediately commanded, search for all the advanced level warlord fighters within 100 miles. Searching for war gods is a privilege granted through membership of the Palace of War Gods. Searching for warlords needs an S-rank member of the Underground Alliance, said the black suit-wearing old man. The HR Alliance has a way to find out the positions of all warrior and warlord level fighters. However, the way the HR Alliance uses to find them is a bit sneaky. The Tactical Communications Watch they sell have a secret to them. Since the Tactical Communications Watch is able to perform various functions like transferring money to another person's bank account, it's connected to their respective fighter's fighter card and identification number. Through the Tactical Communications Watch, they can naturally pinpoint anyone's location. However, they wouldn't dare to reveal this secret. Once they reveal it, millions of fighters will start to boycott their things. Even though they're the only power that currently sells tactical communication watches, they didn't dare to enrage the public. So, only an S-rank member of the Underground Alliance is allowed to use this function to search for fighters lower than the War God level. Only the highest of highest-ranking members in the Underground Alliance have the authority to do that. An advanced-level War God, Li Yao, did not have such authority. Boom! An explosion carried from far away. A shadow instantly charged into the auditorium, a white, blonde-haired lady. However, her delicate face was a bit twisted, and her dress was a bit ruined under her extreme sprinting. She was previously attending a banquet, and, like Li Yao, received news of her son's death. Yao, this elegant lady's eyes were red. We can search now, right? Li Yao stared at the black suit wearing old man in the 3D hologram. However, the black suit wearing old man was looking at the elegant lady. This lady was the blood sister of the current director of the Polinus family, one of the 9 core families of the HR Alliance. At the same time, she was also the advanced level war god Vanina Polinus, nicknamed Scorpion. As of now, she's the director of HR Alliance's Huaxia sector. She ranks 3 in the members of the HR Alliance in China, so she is an S-rank member. Search, commanded the blonde-haired lady. Yes. A huge holographic map appeared in front of the black suit wearing old man. In the center of the map was a red dot which represented Li Wei's location. 6 light dots appeared within a 100-mile radius of Li Wei's location. There are 6 advanced-level warlord-level fighters within a 100-mile radius. Investigate each of them, and display each of their distances from Li Wei, coldly commanded Li Yao. Beep beep, the hologram slightly vibrated twice, and both holograms started to display a huge amount of information. 6 advanced-level warlords, other than Wei's 2 bodyguards. The other 4 are in number 003 city. Li Yao's face was extremely unhappy. He only has 4 suspects since the other 2 are dead already. Out of these 4, the closest one is 20 miles away. With an advanced-level warlord speed, it's pretty much impossible for him to run 20 miles away within a minute. Yao! Just who killed Wei? The blonde-haired lady's Chinese had a bit of an accent, but it was still quite fluent. Search for all the intermediate warlords. All the beginner warlords, said Li Yao as he clenched his teeth. How can they be an intermediate or beginner-level warlord? The blonde-haired lady's face was also full of nervousness, with Ka Long and the other's strength. How can they die to an intermediate or a beginner-level warlord without even having the chance to report? Shut up! Li Yao couldn't help but to scold. The blonde-haired lady held in her objections. Within a 100-mile radius, there are 21 intermediate-level warlords, answered the black suit-wearing old man. On the holographic map, 21 lights that were a bit dimmer than the others appeared. There are 21 beginner-level warlords within a 100-mile radius. Once again, dots representing the low-level warlord-level fighters appeared on the map. Li Yao's words seemed to barely be able to squeeze past his teeth. Record all the information on these fighters, including their distance to Li Wei. Also, search for all the warrior-level fighters and record their information too. After that, send it to me and Vanina. Yes, the black suit-wearing old man bowed respectfully. Li Yao glanced at the huge amounts of flashing dots on the map. They were dense and almost uncountable. Clearly, compared to warlord-level fighters, there were at least 10 times more warrior-level fighters. These hundreds of flashing dots were quite bright. And one of these hundreds of flashing dots was Luo Feng's. Even though Luo Feng has the skill of a beginner-level warlord, according to his battle record and information on his fighter card, he's still an advanced-level warrior. Use their battle records to determine their rank, and activate the satellite to record Li Wei's position, interrupted Vanina. Because of the weather, the recording won't be too good. As for the recording, our professionals will enhance it. We'll send it in half an hour, said the black suit-wearing old man. Actually, satellite recording isn't as amazing as regular people think it is. There are many restrictions. One of the major ones is weather, which has an enormous effect on the recording quality. Mr. Li Yao, Director Vanina, there are 8 advanced-level warlords, 21 intermediate-level warlords, and hundreds of beginner-level warlords and soldier-level fighters. All the information has been sent. said the black suit-wearing old man. Li Yao and Venina lowered their heads. The photos and information of various fighters flashed across their watches, and one of them was Luo Feng. Of course, as a warrior-level fighter, he didn't stand out at all. After just 3 minutes, on top of the starlight-covered mountain peak, 2 blue UFO-shaped fighter aircraft flew up and soared through the sky. Beep! Signal read passed. Only after there were the 2 blue UFO-shaped fighter aircraft able to leave the city's defense system. If their signal wasn't read and they tried to fly out, the 2 fighter aircraft would have been instantly shot through by lasers and engulfed in flames. In the cockpit, Li Yao and Venina both had their battle uniform sets on. Each of them had their own weapons, and their faces were extremely unamused. The pilot of the aircraft and the other 6 war god subordinates didn't dare to make a sound. They knew that something terrible has happened. The only son of the husband-wife duo nicknamed Vulture and Scorpion has been killed. This couple isn't normal at all. Whether in the circle of war gods or in underground alliances community, both of them have an extraordinary amount of influence and power. Yao, could a monster horde leader have killed them? Said Venina as she frowned. How could a monster horde leader appear on the highway? And even if they did encounter one, how could they not have the chance to send a message? The muscles on Li Yao's faces started twitching as the cold light in his eyes flashed. As if he just lost everything to him. He's become cold and enraged like a lone wolf. I've already told Wang Tong at the city to go and check the scene. When he gets there, we'll have a general idea of what happened. Okay, Venina slightly nodded. Deep into the winter night, the winter wind was chilling. On the highway, the 4 corpses have long turned dark red. One tall and one skinny, short shadow was carefully investigating the scene under Li Yao's request. These 2 were precisely the 2 great war gods Wang Tong and Li Qin who rushed from the city. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 eerie blue lights flew from the faraway horizon and quickly arrived on the highway as they slowly descended. Wah! Not waiting for the fighter aircraft to descend, one of the fighter aircraft's hatches was opened and 2 shadows came jumping down from the air. They were precisely Li Yao and Venina. Vulture, Scorpion, Shadowblade, and Bear Strength. These 4 have teamed up quite a few times. War gods helping each other is a very common occurrence. Vulture, I'm sorry, sighed Wang Tong. What's the conclusion? Li Yao attempted to be more polite, but it was clearly filled with rage. Wang Tong didn't bother arguing over Li Yao's tone and pointed to the 4 corpses. All I can say, it kind of seems like the work of a spirit reader. Spirit reader? Li Yao and Venina both Of course, the possibility remains that the enemy purposefully made it look that way, so he wouldn't be suspected, added Wang Tong. At this time, a few figure bodyguards jumped from one of the blue fighter aircraft, and 5 people wearing dark gray uniforms jumped from the other fighter aircraft, all of them carrying some sort of machine on their backs. There were 2 females, 1 Asian, and 1 white man out of these 5. There was also a pale old man. Nobody else is allowed at the scene, commanded the old man. Begin. The other 4 suddenly opened the things they had on their back and pulled out all sorts of sensors and detectors as they started to investigate the scene as closely as possible. Time passed a second at a time. NOV, L, B / JNN. Li Yao and Venina could only wait silently. Wang Tong and Li can exchange glances, both of them not knowing what to say. The Vulture and the Scorpion are extremely famous throughout the entire world. Other than the existences that have surpassed the war god level, there's virtually nobody that can suppress this couple. And with their already cruel personalities, would they not avenge their only son's death? Mr. and Mrs. bowed the pale old man respectfully. We already have results. Please come see them. Li Yao and Venina, and even Wang Tong and Li Kan walked over. A notebook was there with a simulation already on the screen. The pale old man said, "This old fighter and white fighter probably died in an instant. They died the exact same way. Something pierced their heads from behind. This middle-aged fighter and young master Li Wei also died at around the same time. The white fighter died a little later than the old fighter." As he said that, the old pale man tapped the simulation screen. Suddenly, the simulation began. The only thing that could be seen were two lights that seemed to have pierced the heads of the old veteran named Liu and the White Brute. After that, two lights shot through Panya and young Master Li Wei, cutting off their heads. You nodded, Wang Tong. I've also checked. The old fighter and the white fighter probably haven't been able to respond when they died. As for Li Wei and the middle-aged man, their eyes were filled with horror. Clearly, they witnessed the scene. The pale old man continued. We have investigated the surroundings and are 100% sure that no horde leaders have passed by. Using the footprints around the surroundings and the position of the victim's legs, this old fighter, white fighter, and middle-aged fighter were probably charging towards the same point, which was why they weren't able to respond to an attack from behind. The pale old man tapped the screen, and a figure of a man appeared. Li Yao and Vanina were both squatting beside Li Yao's body. Li Wei's head and body were already connected, and his eyes were clearly still in shock. I've checked. After 30 seconds of Wei's death, no war god was within 100 miles. 1 minute after Wei's death, there were 4 advanced-level warlords, the closest one being 25 miles away, said Li Yao deeply. So, the killer must have hid his strength. A person's strength is determined by their battle record. Even though some extremely powerful men have killed extremely powerful monsters, they gave all the credit to their allies. Without a battle record, their skill ranking would naturally be low. That's one possibility. The killer is a regular fighter with an average battle record, whose actual strength is that of a wargot's. Second possibility. The killer is a spirit reader who has hid his identity of a spirit reader. A spirit reader is 2 levels above his fitness level. So this person could be a beginner or intermediate level warlord. Of course, we aren't ignoring the possibility that this person is really good at hiding his skill and only appears as a warrior level fighter, said Li Yao lowly. There's still a third possibility. The killer is one of my enemies, a powerful war god fighter. He isn't wearing a tactical communications watch, so I can't find him. War gods usually share their information frequently, so quite a few of them know about the secret behind the tactical communication watches. They're just too lazy to tell anyone else. When they're executing top-secret missions, they don't wear their tactical communication watches. Silence. Beside Li Wei's corpse, only Li Yao spoke. Vanina's eyes were both wet with tears, and Wang Tong and Li Kan kept their distance. No matter who, I'll never forgive the person who killed my son. Spread the news of Wei's death around the world and let every single fighter know, seethed Vanina. I, Vanina Polinus, will give all my earnings of this year, a bounty of 100 billion, to anyone who can find out who killed my son with enough proof. I don't believe that this person doesn't have family or friends. As long as he tells this to someone, as long as he even utters a single word in his dreams or while drunk, as long as he accidentally lets it slip out under any circumstance, then even his closest friend might not keep the secret. A bounty of 100 billion. I'll make him unable to ever sleep peacefully again in case he accidentally mutters it. I'll make him unable to ever drink any alcohol again. I'll fill his life with horror and fear, seethed Vanina. Wang Tong and Li Kan both took a deep breath on the side. 100 billion? This gigantic bounty can even mobilize the invincible war god existences. Know that even a legendary emperor-level monster isn't even worth 100 billion. So this is an astronomical bounty. With this much money, you can instantly enjoy all the fun in the world. All sorts of information networks and powers will search for the kill. Humans can be controlled by money, and a gigantic amount of it can make one go mad. 100 billion. Pretty cruel. Li Kan couldn't help but to take in a deep breath. Even I'm affected, sighed Wang Tong as he shook his head. Just what you'd expect from the director of the Huaxia sector, blood sister of one of the 9 families, Polinus family's director. The rich are always going to be rich. Even around the entire world, not many advanced level war gods have such wealth. Yes, hunting horde leader level monsters and selling them is good money. But are horde leader monsters that stupid? They have intelligence equal to that of a human's. Once they sense danger and feel like they have no chance of winning, they'll choose to run away. Once a horde leader level monster decides to run away, it'll definitely command thousands of monsters to obstruct the war god's path. Even if they can't obstruct the war god, it'll definitely slow them down. So killing a horde leader-level monster is extremely difficult. The stronger they are, the harder it becomes. So the usual situation is an advanced level war god hunts a medium level horde leader, an intermediate level war god hunts a low level horde leader, and a beginner level war god hunts a high level commander. The chances of success are higher this way. For example, Wang Tong and Li Can's attempt to hunt the steel armored dragon ended in failure. And the amount of monsters isn't limitless. The stronger the monster, the fewer there are. For example, when Luo Feng and the others of the Fire Hammer Squad were in that small sector and hunted large amounts of commander-level monsters, it became significantly harder to find them later, because the amount of commander-level monsters in that area lowered. But this isn't the worst part. The worst part is, you'll attract the attention of the commander-level monster's leader, the horde leader. The fighters are usually able to discover the danger after killing a lot, so they'll run away. However, this also proves the point that killing monsters to earn money is no easy task. Most importantly, war gods also have to spend tons of money. Things like weapons and battle uniforms. Which one of these things doesn't cost a gigantic amount? A top-tier instruction manual also costs so much that it's frightening. Many war gods even have to borrow money from the bank. There's no helping it, war gods need to spend too much money. For example, if an advanced level war god fights against a high-level horde leader, then he'll have to buy a SS grade battle uniform set to be safe, since a Q series, S rank, battle uniform can only defend against most S rank horde leaders' attacks, but not all of them. SS grade battle uniform set, SS grade weapon, which one doesn't cost a fortune. ASS grade instruction manual, and even ultimate instruction manuals like the 9-stage Thunderblade are just as expensive. To fully equip yourself with the perfect gear, how many medium-level horde leaders will you have to kill? This is something that most advanced-level war gods won't be able to achieve. And don't even mention the special treasures available in the Palace of War Gods. Those treasures are even more expensive. It is no lie that many war gods on the entire earth have to borrow money from the bank. Of course, an extremely small amount of war gods are an exception. For example, war gods with special abilities like war god level, spirit readers, or war gods with extraordinary skills, or war gods with a huge background. It'll be easy for the sons and daughters of Hong to get money, simply because of the influence of Hong. The HR Alliance is the world's top financial group. They control over half of the world's economy and have control in virtually every field. Their wealth is also just as astonishing. Vanina Polinas is the director of the HR Alliance in China and is the blood sister of the man who is both the head of the Polinas family and a top executive of the HR Alliance. Does anyone even need to ask about her wealth? Her wealth mainly comes from her family and the HR Alliance, and not from hunting monsters. Even her husband, Li Yao, can't compare to her. Jiangnan headquarters city, Limit Hall. Zhu Getao was wearing a black dojo uniform and sitting cross-legged in a training room. As time flowed, the morning light slowly started to shine into the room. Zhu Getao opened his eyes. Open as Zhu Getao spoke. The projector projected some light, which formed a gigantic display onto the wall. Zhu Getao has a habit. Every morning, he'll check the news on T.V to figure out what's going on around the world. The reporter's voice echoed around the training room. What? Zhu Getao froze as he stared at what the morning news was describing on the display. 100 billion? Zhu Getao blinked twice. 100 billion! Zhu Getao fiercely stood up as his heart rate increased. This amount of money is too crazy. He, one of the big four of Jiangnan City's dojo of Limit's headquarters, couldn't even control his surprisement. Vulture and Scorpion. So it's that couple. Well, makes sense. What kind of normal war god can bring out 100 billion? Zhu Getao was amazed, and this news broadcast was directed at the entire population in the country. In other words, not only fighters, but regular people will know about this too. The HR Alliance's influence is sure great, being able to bring out this news on China's television channel. 100 billion. Even Zhu Getao is affected. It seems like that Zhu Getao, frequently offers some geniuses and powerful fighters many benefits. However, he does most of that with his special privileges in the dojo, so he barely has to take out his own money. Enter the home of Limits, War God Fighter Discussion Section, commanded Zhu Gutao. The display suddenly and quickly changed as it entered the War God Fighters Discussion Section. As an advanced-level warlord, he doesn't have the rights. But as his identity as a chief instructor, he's granted access to the section. HMHM, the entire discussion section has indeed become lively. It looks like fighters from South America, North America, Europe, Africa, and other places all have their blood boiling, laughed Zhu Gutao. However, this case happened in China, so this gigantic sum of money will probably end up in the hands of a Chinese. 100 billion is just like throwing a fat sheep into a pack of wolves. Indeed, the entire world has been stirred up by this gigantic sum. Even existences surpassing the war god level have to sigh at this, since war gods are so moved by this. Don't even mention a regular citizen. Regular citizens are toiling just for their rent. Even 100 million is an astronomical number for them. Don't even mention 100 billion. Stirred. The entire world is stirred up. Virtually every information network couldn't help but to start investigating this case. Find this person. Number 023 City was a huge city that contained hundreds of millions of people. Number 023 City is high risk, high reward. So many fighters are attracted there. On the 8th floor of some 12-story residential building in the western section of an old city. N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. The crazed winds howled and the snowflakes danced. The chilly air charged into the house incessantly, and the floor of the room was absolutely freezing. Luo Feng sat cross-legged on a torn cushion as he lightly polished his throwing knives. The only thing in his mind was the astonishing news his tactical communications watch just received. The news of the astronomical bounty. I can't believe they're spending so much money on my bounty. Even I feel like reporting myself. Luo Feng lightly placed his throwing knife onto the ground, took out another knife and started polishing it. 100 billion. However, the parents of Li Wei aren't fools. They'll only give the money to someone who can bring clear and absolute evidence. Evidence? Luo Feng doesn't think that there's anyone on this earth who has evidence of him killing Li Wei. Back then, to prevent himself from being caught by the satellite, he rushed straight into the fields after killing Li Wei and the others. Unless my luck is really that horrible. So horrible that there just happened to be someone hiding next to the highway and happened to record my face and my actions. But Luo Feng thought that the chance of this is no higher than the chance of fishing up a needle in the sea. Actually, the only thing Luo Feng is afraid of is his Firehammer squad comrades. This bounty described the identity and skill of the other 3 people who died with Li Wei. And the bounty even said that the murderer is most likely either someone with the power of a war god level fighter or a spirit reader. Luo Feng's face sank. If the captain, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Brother Chen see this, they'll probably connect this to me. Without a doubt, the other 4 members of the Firehammer squad easily connected this bounty with Luo Feng. First, Luo Feng stayed in number 003 City to kill the Tiger Fang squad. And one of the 4 people that died was the Tiger Fang captain, Panya. Next, the bounty itself said that the murderer is either someone with the power of a war god or a spirit reader. And everyone in the squad knows that he's a spirit reader. Extrapolating with the 2 points above is indeed very easy. As a matter of fact, this was exactly the case. When this astronomical bounty was revealed, the other 4 members of the Firehammer squad were stunned as they guessed it was Luo Feng. Just because they can guess doesn't mean they have evidence. Luo Feng shook his head. The Firehammer squad guessed it was Luo Feng. And a few war gods guessed that the murderer was a war god who had a grudge with the Vulture, Scorpion couple. Anyway, all of these are just groundless accusations. Not one person had sufficient evidence. When Li Wei encountered danger last time, Li Wei's parents instantly found the 2 closest war gods and asked them for help, frowned Luo Feng. In other words, Li Wei's parents have enough power to instantly find the fighters in a location. If they can find war gods, then warlords and warriors would be even easier to find. From Luo Feng's point of view, Locating war gods is much more difficult than locating warlords and warriors. They'll probably find out that I wasn't too far from the scene at the time, frowned Luo Feng. This point is extremely disadvantageous. Actually, Luo Feng didn't know that war gods can locate other war gods through a system in the Palace of War Gods. Most war gods definitely can't locate other warlords and warriors. However, Luo Feng's blind guess hit the mark, since Li Wei's parents did indeed locate the hundreds of people around the area. And he, Luo Feng, was one of them. I'm probably one of the suspects, but since I'm weak, the chances of being caught should be quite low, frowned Luo Feng. However, Captain, Brother Tai, Brother Qing, and Brother Chen, if one of them reveals the fact that I stayed in number 003 city to kill the Tiger Fong squad, and the fact that I'm a spirit reader, then, even though it's not pure evidence, Li Wei's parents will definitely make me into the number one suspect. Suddenly, Luo Feng felt a vibration on his wrist. He lowered his head and looked at the display on his tactical communications watch. A phone call from Captain Gao Feng? Luo Feng. Why would the captain call me at a time like this? The winds were howling and the snow was falling outside, but various thoughts were currently flashing through Luo Feng's mind. After taking a deep breath, he lightly said, "Redial. Beep, beep, beep. Hello?" Luo Feng, Captain Gao Feng's voice carried over. "Captain, something happening?" said Luo Feng as he laughed. Gao Feng's voice immediately sank. "I'm sure you saw that astronomical bounty. That's a whole 100 billion, definitely enough to make countless fighters go crazy. Especially since the notice said, the murderer is a fighter with either war god level strength or a spirit reader. No matter what, you must not reveal your identity as a spirit reader, or else you'll bring upon yourself huge trouble. Since our Fire Hammer squad and the Tiger Fong squad were already in conflict, and one of the 4 people that died was the Tiger Fong Captain Panya, you'll easily come under suspect once people find out that you're a spirit reader. When that happens, you'll become the target of thousands of people. No matter how careful you are, the unexpected could always happen. I understand, but since I didn't do it, there's nothing for me to be afraid of. However, Captain, this murderer is pretty strong. He was able to make these 4 die before any of them were able to contact that couple. He sure is powerful," Luo Feng couldn't help but to compliment. "He is indeed strong," Gao Feng also gave his compliments. Luo Feng continued, "And since Panya died, this is also great news. Our Fire Hammer squad won't have to deal with any troubles in the future. Indeed, this is quite beneficial to us. I'm just going to remind you again. Be careful, and even more careful. This case has too much riding on it. I'll remind Chen Gu and the others when I get back. Don't worry, if any of them dare to reveal anything, I won't spare them. Oh yeah, when are you returning to the headquarters city? The materials of the monsters we hunted are still stored there, and we're waiting for you to return to decide how to deal with them." Luo Feng smiled. "I was going to stay in the wilderness for a bit longer, but since the Tiger Fong captain is dead, I don't have any more business. I'll return within 2 days. Okay, I'll see you then," Gao Feng's voice carried from the tactical communications watch. "See you later, n/vel/b//n.c//om." Luo Feng hung up, and his expression immediately became serious. From this phone call, it seemed like the captain was seriously passionate about reminding him. After hearing the captain's words, his heart was indeed warmed. However, one thing can be discovered after thinking this through. The other 4 members of the Fire Hammer squad could suspect him. However, none of the 4 have sufficient evidence. What can the 4 of them do for Luo Feng's trust? The best way for me to trust them is if none of them call me. If they don't call me, then they won't be able to find any evidence, Luo Feng frowned. But the captain called me and seemed like he was comforting me. If I wasn't careful, along with the pressure brought along by the 100 billion, I might get hot-headed and reveal everything to someone I care about. After Luo Feng thought about that, he couldn't help but to be afraid. Indeed, a youth who hasn't even reached the age of 20 just killed an important person and received an astronomical bounty. Most people would be extremely nervous. Deep relationships with their seniors would easily move them, and they might get hot-headed and let all the secrets out. Using all sorts of ways to ask me actually makes me more cautious instead. And this concern easily makes people drop their guard. Once I reveal the secret, it might get recorded if the captain was using a recording device. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. With the information that I was hunting down the Tiger Fong squad and my identity as a spirit reader, along with the fact that Li Wei's parents are sure that I was one of the fighters nearby. And finally, along with the recording, how can there be so many coincidences? With this much evidence, the murderer's identity is practically 100% confirmed. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. Indeed, if he admitted the fact with his own mouth, then he'll be in huge trouble. Thankfully, he's been under pressure ever since he was young. He worked and worked to become a fighter. After long periods of stress, he's able to handle much more than a regular 20-year-old youth. Time flowed slowly, and yet the snow started falling faster and faster, causing everything within sight to be covered in pure white. At the same time, the temperature has dropped to an astonishing level. Soon enough, the time reached midnight. In the dirty little room, Luo Feng sat cross-legged. I received a total 2 phone calls today, one from the captain and one from Wei Qing. The captain seemed to be extremely comforting, while Wei Qing seemed to be in complete shock. Earlier in the afternoon, the first thing Wei Qing said when he called was, "Damn, crazy. The captain just told us to be careful not to reveal your identity as a spirit reader. You didn't kill those 4, did you?" Wei Qing and Gao Feng's phone calls rose Luo Feng's suspicions. Of course, only suspicions. Maybe the captain was truly being considerate, and maybe Wei Qing only talked like that because he truly thought of him as a brother. Humans are the hardest to read, since they're so unpredictable. In the face of money, brothers turn on each other, couples divorce, parents and children cut ties. I've seen these types of things on the internet way too many times. And needless to say, this is a gigantic sum of 100 billion. Through his tactical communications watch, Luo Feng entered the internet and looked at some discussion boards. And he soon discovered how crazy the entire world was going over this bounty. The night was even colder than the day. Luo Feng was curled up in a corner, but his heart was a bit cold. Ever since he started suspecting Captain Gao Feng and Wei Qing, Luo Feng's entire attitude started changing. In the past, he was extremely cheerful and straightforward, just like a regular fighter. He was able to fight in front of the face of death with the other brothers in his squad. He was easily able to treat others as his good brothers. But now, are they thinking of me as a brother, or are they planning on turning me in for the huge sum of money? Maybe the lack of evidence is the only thing keeping them from doing that. Luo Feng's gaze was cold. What am I thinking? I'm randomly suspecting them. Luo Feng shook his head. He finally realized how his attitude couldn't help but to change under the gigantic bounty of 100 billion. He can't be sure that the others won't be affected by 100 billion, since, after all, this is 100 billion. This is what caused him to change. Even though Luo Feng knows he shouldn't be so suspicious, he can't help himself. One of Vanina Polina's goal was already reached. Luo Feng started spiraling down under all the pressure brought by the 100 billion bounty. Never mind, I'm not going to think about this anymore. Luo Feng immediately lowered his head and looked at his tactical communications watch. He then lightly pressed the button and started reading through all the different types of messages on the tactical communications watch's screen. Suddenly, he flipped through the phone book and was calmed by one of the names that appeared. Within these names was the good friend that always played with him, Wei Wen. I wonder how Wen is doing. Luo Feng couldn't help but to let out a smile as he thought about the things he did with Wei Wen back in the days. There were quite a few of his high school friends within these names. There were also some friends in the dojo of limits. The names of his parents and his brother were here too. Dad, Mom, Brother. Luo Feng's gaze was soft. No matter what, you guys won't be in trouble. I'll definitely overcome this problem. Suddenly, Luo Feng's gaze landed upon a name. Su Xian. They exchanged phone numbers back when they chatted in the HR Alliances market. However, he never called her after all this time. Dial Su Xian's number, said Luo Feng. For some reason, he started to get nervous after dialing the number. Maybe his identity as the murderer will be revealed one day. When that happens, the Su family definitely won't allow Su Xian to have any contact with him. Hello, Su Xian's voice carried from the tactical communications watch. Is this Luo Feng? Yep, it's me. Luo Feng's heart warmed. How rare. A big-time fighter like you thought of calling me, mockingly laughed Su Exa. What? Return to the headquarters cities? I'm in the wilderness, and it's night time, and I'm bored, so... After Luo Feng said this, he suddenly felt a bit awkward. Bored during the night? How come this sounds like he's trying to get a hooker? Finding women when he's bored during the night. Asterisk cough asterisk, Su Exen coughed a bit. I never knew even you were so playful. Playful? How's college for you right now? As someone who never went to college, I'm quite curious. Luo Feng immediately changed the topic, and the two continued to chat like this. Maybe because it's the first time they chatted over phone, or maybe because they're both bored in the quiet night, so they chatted for a long time. Only until he hung up did Luo Feng realize this phone call lasted for 1.5 hours. I never knew that chatting over the phone could last for 1.5 hours. Luo Feng's heart was filled with happiness. Indeed, chatting with your crush for 1.5 hours over the phone can make one really happy. All the fear previously brought by the 100 billion bounty and all the negative emotions were completely swept away. The previously nervous, panicking person changed back to the little boy in love. This change in attitude washed Luo Feng's spirit. Luo Feng steadily started to calm down. This was a peacefulness he never felt before, a peacefulness brought by a gigantic change in attitude. Well, indeed, how many normal people go through such huge changes in attitude? His heart was peaceful and still like water. This feeling feels so great. Luo Feng really enjoyed this feeling that he never had before. And at this time, he had an urge. The urge to practice his blade technique. Oh! He pulled out the shadow blade from the sheath on his back. In this deep, cold night, while countless people were stunned over the astronomical bounty, Luo Feng was swinging his blade and practicing his 9-stage thunderblade in the room of an abandoned building in the wilderness number 003 city with unforeseen peacefulness. Each swing of the blade gave him comfort he never felt before. One swing, two swings. Luo Feng's spiritual force naturally spread out, and the slight movements the swings imposed onto the surrounding area were clearly checked by the spiritual force. The cold light, like snow, slowly floated around the room. After going through a gigantic change in emotion, his current state of mind was crystal clear, for now at least. Without a second thought, his entire body and mind was focused on his blade. After practicing for a bit, Luo Feng frowned and thought to himself as he tested some swings. After that, he would then again return to practicing, pause and think for a bit, and then practice again. The overall feeling of this was like Luo Feng's experience of solving math problems while he was still enrolled in school. To solve a really difficult math problem, you would have to try several different ways. With the information you know, you would continuously fix up your attempts until you solve it. The big math problems on the high school tests are super difficult. Sometimes, you can't solve them by just putting in 1 or 2 hours. And now, Luo Feng studied his blade technique like he was solving a math problem. However, unlike usual, Luo Feng's current state of mind caused his brain to work much faster than before and allowed him to clearly control even the most obscure parts of his body. One night of hard work. The morning of the second day was still filled with hard work. In the afternoon of the second day, Luo Feng was deep in thought as he was holding his ghost blade and sitting on the balcony. He continued to sit there for 3 hours. Luo Feng continued to study his blade technique and, as a result, forgot to eat, forgot all about the astronomical bounty, and forgot about all of his suspicions. Late into the night of the second day, Luo Feng continued to swing his blade in the dark living room on the 8th floor of this residential building. The blade's cold light completely chilled one's heart. Who knows how many times he has swung his blade by now. But this time, just a slight movement of the ghost blade caused a silver flash to brighten up the entire living room. There was a slight, odd vibration hidden in that light, like a flash of lightning. The surrounding air caused a shockwave similar to a sonic boom with a poo-poo sound. Luo Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. It worked. N/O/vel/b// and .c//om. I actually completed it. I finally finished the third stage of the 9-stage Thunderblade. Luo Feng couldn't help but to let out a shout of excitement and happiness. The third stage of the Thunderblade, completed not too long after the announcement of the astronomical bounty. Each stage of the 9-stage Thunderblade gets harder and harder, and I just successfully completed the second stage not too long ago. Who would have thought that I could finish the third stage so soon? Luo Feng let out a smile. Indeed, I'll have to thank Li Wei's parents. If Li Wei's mother, Vanina Polinus, knew that this happened, she'll probably spit out blood from anger. The 9-stage Thunderblade gets progressively harder. The only person able to complete all 9 stages on this earth is the Thunder God alone. This ultimate technique is extremely messed up. The third stage is your strength multiplied by 28. Luo Feng's current fitness level places him at the advanced warrior level. Multiply that by 28, and his attack power rivals an intermediate level warlord's. 28. Keep in mind that one level only differs by around a multiple of 2. My one blade, along with for exertions of force, rivals an intermediate warlord. If my spiritual force assists my ghost blade and adds a 5th or 6th force exertion, my blade might rival an advanced level warlord. Luo Feng clearly understood the power of his spiritual force. If you combine the spiritual force with your attacks, its power will stand out even more. Surprise! An unexpected surprise brought about by the astronomical bounty. The astronomical bounty indeed put Luo Feng under huge stress. Some people could even collapse under this pressure. But some people would work even harder under this stress and improve at an astounding rate. And Luo Feng received improvement. I have to thank Li Wei's parents. Luo Feng's face was full of happiness. That astronomical bounty indeed spawned fear in the bottom of my heart and made me feel like anyone could betray me. Thankfully, I became happy after chatting with Su Xian. This gigantic change made me extraordinarily calm. His heart was still like water. In other words, not even the tiniest bit of distractions existed. This extreme level of calmness is very difficult to maintain over long periods of time. Usually, an ordinary person could occasionally enter this state when his life is in danger or during an emergency. During that time, their skill will explode past their usual limits. For example, Luo Feng, who was absolutely calm and had no hesitations at all, managed to escape from being surrounded by hundreds of commander-level monsters at the Family Mart supermarket in just a short 12 seconds. However, that state can usually be maintained for just 1 or 2 minutes. However, with this gigantic change in attitude, he managed to stay in that state for over 20 hours. In these 20 hours of blade training, he managed to complete the third stage of the 9-stage Thunderblade. At the end, it was because of his intense joy that caused him to escape the state he was in. The astronomical bounty sure did affect me. According to the history books, most of the falls of any ancient emperor were caused by their suspicions of their ministers. Their suspicions made them ill and therefore led to their death. Luo Feng's mental state also went up. The astronomical bounty also has very little effect on him now. The captain and the others have no evidence. Without any evidence, naturally, they won't be able to receive the bounty. If they can't receive the bounty, then why would they report anything? Luo Feng's ears slightly moved, and then he rushed towards the balcony and looked below. Below this residential apartment were dozens of monsters gathering towards the building. Luo Feng froze, and then laughed. Looks like my howl from completing the third stage attracted quite a bit of monsters. Right now, it's time for me to return to the headquarters city. After Luo Feng picked up his bag, blade, and shield, he directly jumped off the balcony of the 8th floor with a lightning-like leap and fell onto the roof of a 3-story apartment building nearby. After that, he disappeared with a shake of his body. The train station. The train station is always the most crowded place, crowded to the point where it's absurd. The endless chattering spread around the area. A long train slowly entered the train station, and, as the ear-piercing brakes of the train came from the tracks, the doors of the train opened. The large amount of passengers, like sardines stuffed in a can, came out. The headquarters city. Now this is home. Luo Feng walked out of the train's doors and smiled as he looked around. I'm back. After riding on the private car of the Dojo of Limits, Luo Feng returned to the Mingyue sector after the sun has set. This small sector is still the same as always, quiet as usual. Through the window, Luo Feng saw the large amounts of residents chatting and relaxing in the small sector. Beep! The car stopped in front of the limit hall. Luo Feng opened the door of the car and walked out. A large group of people could be seen standing in front of the entrance of the limit hall. There were quite a bit of fighters with their families, and even some of the people from the Firehammer squad. Of course, his brother and parents were here too. Feng, Luo Honghua, and Gong Xi and Lan couldn't help but to yell. Baron Luo Hua's face was full of happiness. Papa Feng, Captain Crazy. Quite a few fighters also yelled passionately. Captain, you guys are here too? Luo Feng laughed and said with a tone of surprisement. Captain Gao Feng, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing also laughed as Gao Feng said, Didn't you tell us you'll be returning these 2 days? We need to deal with the monster materials we have anyway. Furthermore, we haven't seen old Jiang for a while, so us brothers can meet up and have a chat. Luo Feng smiled as he nodded. Captain, I'll chat with you guys later tonight. I'm going to go back first. All right, Gao Feng smiled as he nodded and watched Luo Feng leave. He thought to himself in his heart, HM? Looking at Luo Feng's face and attitude, it seems like he's quite happy and relaxed and is under absolutely no pressure at all. The culprit might actually not be him. Even Gao Feng himself didn't know what his own thoughts were now. He couldn't help but to want to investigate and find out whether or not Luo Feng was the culprit, since the attraction of 100 billion was just too great. He didn't want Luo Feng to be the culprit so his heart could be at ease. How many people on this earth can be not only absolutely worry-free, but also happy under the pressure of the astronomical bounty? At least, it'll be difficult for a young man who hasn't even reached the age of 20 to do such a thing. Gao Feng shook his head. Whatever, I'm not going to think about this anymore. Gao Feng had to admit, even he was a bit thrown off by the large sum of money. Let's go. Us brothers will have a drink, shouted Gao Feng. Let's go together. The members of the Firehammer squad, including handicapped Zhang Ku, walked into the limit hall. Only Luo Feng was in his home, the second floor of Luo Feng's home. After he returned home, Luo Feng placed the bag containing the valuable blade, battle uniform, and dragon egg into his own personal safe in his room. Actually, even if he placed it on the floor, nobody would steal it. This is the fighter sector of the Dojo of Limits. Nobody would dare to come here to steal things. Without a doubt, Li Wei's parents have the right to find the fighters in an area. With the number of fighters gathered at the edge of number 003 city, they probably searched over thousands of fighters. Since I'm just one of them, the chances of me being suspected are low. Li Wei's parents are already suspecting spirit readers, so they might look into the profiles and bank accounts of fighters they suspect. Because of that, from now on, I can't deposit large amounts of money into the bank account that's under my real name. I should put the money into an account that doesn't require a name. As of now, many banks on Earth support nameless accounts. These accounts don't care about the person's identity. You just have to set some passwords, and then you're set. 1. Large amounts of money can't go into my real bank account. 2. Until the right time, my identity as a spirit reader can't be revealed. 3. I can't tell anybody the fact that I killed Li Wei. 4. I also can't tell anybody about the dragon egg and the war god battle gear. Including my family, Luo Feng was clear that even the tiniest action could ruin everything. So, before he has enough strength to go against the vulture, scorpion couple in the open, he definitely can't reveal anything. For a warlord-level fighter, having hundreds of millions to even around $1 billion isn't too over the top. But if their bank account has over tens of billions, how could Vulture, Li Yao, and Scorpion, Venena Polinus, not get suspicious? Keep in mind that the HR Alliance controls over half of the world's economy. Many large banks are under the flag of the HR Alliance. With their authority, they can easily find out Luo Feng's wealth through their global banking network. Only a nameless account is the safest. If even the bank itself doesn't know who owns the account, then don't even talk about investigating. For me right now, the most important thing is strength. So I better go and buy some more advanced 9-stage Thunderblade stages. Luo Feng slightly nodded. At this time, his cell phone started ringing. "Hello, Luo Feng. Are you ready yet?" "I'm ready. I'm coming now," said Luo Feng as he laughed. "We're at the bar at the limit hall. Come here." After hanging up, Luo Feng headed towards the limit. In the bar on the first floor of the limit hall were around 10 fighters chatting with each other. And the people around one of the tables were precisely the members of the Firehammer squad. Soon enough, Luo Feng started walking towards them. "Hey Luo Feng, crazy you're here?" All the people in the bar gave their greetings. After Luo Feng smiled as he replied to them, he sat at the Firehammer squad's table. The men at the table were indeed Gao Feng, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, Chenggu, Luo Feng, and the handicapped Jiang. The 6 of them sat down together as they drank and chatted, all the way until around 9 p.m. They then accompanied Jiang as he left. Only Luo Feng and the other 4 remained at the table. "Luo Feng, what do you think we should do with the materials we received this time?" smiled Gao Feng as he asked. "I think we should just sell it all for money," Wei Tai couldn't help but to yell. Luo Feng shook his head. "Captain, for my portion of the materials, I'm preparing to sell them to the dojo of limits to receive some contribution points. Right now, I only have a sad few hundred points. I don't even have a 1-star contribution rank." These few hundred points were received when he sold a small portion of the materials he got from crazily hunting around 10,000 soldier-level monsters back then. Indeed, Luo Feng still doesn't even have a 1-star contribution rank yet, nodded Gao Feng. The others couldn't help but to laugh as they nodded. "Yeah, he should get some more contribution points. There are quite a few benefits brought about by having a high amount of contribution points," laughed Chenggu as he said. "For example, you have to buy your own instruction manuals. Only by having enough contribution points can you purchase the instruction manuals at a good price. And only with the Saint rank can you enter the special training rooms of the Dojo of Limits." Luo Feng nodded. Even some large powers can't afford to buy those highly expensive and technologically advanced training rooms. Only gigantic powers like the Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo can afford to build such special training rooms in each headquarters city. However, your contribution rank has to reach a certain level before you can access them, and you only receive a set amount of time to train in them every year. "We'll do it like this." Gao Feng took out a piece of paper, which had all of the materials the Firehammer squad hunted printed on it. "This list contains what we earned this time. Each material has its own market price, so the price of all of these materials added together comes to around 2.2 billion. Gao Feng toned his voice down a bit. "It's a bit late now, so there aren't many people remaining in the bar. Well, it isn't a big deal even if someone else overhears. For this time's hunt, Luo Feng and I were the main force, while Chenggu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing were support. So Chenggu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing each get 10%, which is 220 million each. Luo Feng and I each get 35%, which is 770 million each." Gao Feng looked at everyone. Nobody has any objections, right? The members of the Firehammer squad all laughed. "Objections? They usually earn 100 million over the course of a year or 2. How long has this been? Chenggu and the others have already earned 220 million. Of course, that's connected to the fact that they use genetic medicine to increase their skill. If their skill didn't increase, then they wouldn't have been able to assist Luo Feng and Gao Feng at all in number 003 city. Luo Feng, pick some materials that are worth around 770 million. You decide how you want to deal with them." Gao Feng passed the paper over and immediately yelled towards the bar, "Bring a pen over here." Luo Feng looked at the paper in front of him and carefully inspected the list. After the pen came, Luo Feng swiftly checked the materials he wanted. Because fighters frequently communicate with each other over the internet, and the purchasers of the materials are always competing with each other, the prices have long been clear. Usually, there isn't much of a difference. "Luo Feng, you're selling the materials to the Dojo of Limits for contribution points to buy an instruction manual?" asked Gao Feng. "I'm preparing to purchase the first 4 stages of the 9-stage Thunderblade," said Luo Feng helplessly. "I just want to buy the 4th stage, but unfortunately, they don't sell them one by one. When you purchase an instruction manual, you have to buy it starting from the 1st level." Actually, Luo Feng wanted to purchase the 5th stage of the 9-stage Thunderblade too. However, you would need 2 billion, half price of 1 billion, to purchase the first 5 stages. And the half-price requirement is a 3-star contribution rank, which is equivalent to 1,000,000 contribution points. If you convert money into contribution points, then each contribution point is equivalent to 100,000 Chinese dollars. This means that you need 10 billion. Even if it's cheaper to sell materials to the Dojo of Limits in return for contribution points, Luo Feng doesn't have that much. So for now, he can only purchase the first 4 stages. The first 4 stages of the 9-stage Thunderblade costs 500 million, half-price 250 million. The half-price requirement is a 2-star contribution rank, which is just 100,000 contribution points. Buying instruction scrolls are indeed a gigantic money sink. Wei Qing couldn't help but to nod his head on the side. The HR Alliance sells instruction manuals at a much cheaper price compared to the Dojo of Limits' full price. However, it's also much more expensive than the Dojo of Limits' half price. I know, the full price of the first 4 stages of the 9-stage Thunderblade at the Dojo of Limits is 500 million, half price 250 million. And at the HR Alliance, even though there isn't any contribution rank requirement, it still costs 400 million. Luo Feng shook his head helplessly. The half price offered by the Dojo of Limits is clearly the most attractive option. Sadly, the requirement for that half price is also very high. I already calculated that selling the monster materials to the Dojo of Limits is more cost-efficient n/o/vel/b/Jin. That's C//OM. The second day, the Firehammer Squad directly went to Jiangnan Headquarters City's HR Alliance Market. First, Captain Gao Feng, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chenggu went to take out the materials stored in the large safes. After that, Luo Feng received the materials. Layer after layer in the bag was opened. Only until it was stretched to a height of 1.2 meters was it able to fit all of the materials. Gao Feng, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chenggu sold all their materials to the HR Alliance. After bargaining a bit, they earned a slight bit more than they thought they would have. Gao Feng earned 780 million, while Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chenggu earned a little bit more than 220 million. Go. Head towards the Limit Hall. The Limit Hall was the headquarters of the Dojo of Limits in Jiangnan Headquarters City, but Luo Feng rarely visited this place. Gao Feng, big fire cannon, craze. After entering the first floor of the Limit Hall, quite a few fighters recognized Luo Feng's group and passionately gave their greetings. Luo Feng and the others also smiled as they chatted. Most of them recognized each other while they were resting in the resupplying base. And, as of now, Luo Feng is quite famous. Under the lead of a woman wearing a blue suit, Luo Feng and the others got on an elevator and arrived at the 23rd floor. Ding! The doors of the elevator opened. Please follow me, the woman wearing the blue suit smiled as she brought Luo Feng and the others into an office. There was a middle-aged woman sitting in this office. The Firehammer Squad, welcome, welcome, the middle-aged woman smiled as she said, My name is Luo Yunqin. I'm familiar with Manager Luo, smiled Luo Feng as he said, Manager Luo, we brought you some materials this time. Have a look. After saying that, he placed his gigantic bag on the floor and released the ropes. Instantly, the huge amounts of materials poured into a metal machine on the side. Luo Yunqin's eyes flashed, and she immediately pulled out her safe. After opening it, she pulled out a tool. Beep, 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 beep. From the scanning of the machine, each material's quality, name, and price directly displayed onto the screen. Without the need to check anything by hand, the total price quickly showed itself on the screen. A total of 510,255,000 contribution points, said Luo Yunqin as she smiled. Luo Feng slightly nodded. If you sold this batch of materials to the HR Alliance, you would probably earn around 770 million. And at the Limit Hall, you only earn around 2/3 of the price, 510 million. Even though you lose 260 million, you earn 255,000 contribution points in its place. If you rely on pure donations to earn contribution points, you need 2.55 billion. In other words, every 10 million you lose by selling the materials to the Limit Hall earns you 10,000 contribution points. This is 10 times more efficient than donating. Clearly, the Dojo of Limits hopes for everyone to earn contribution points by selling them their materials. There's a bit of punishment in donating, since you need $100,000 just for one contribution point. Are you sure you want to sell them? Luo Yunqin smiled as she looked at Luo Feng. I'm sure Luo Feng nodded. Unlike the HR Alliance, there is no bargaining at the limit hall. But naturally, the limit hall's prices are usually very fair and transparent. Add the 2 low-level commander monster materials into my battle record, said Luo Feng. All right. Going by your battle record, your fighter rank is now beginner-level warlord, nodded Luo Yunqin. A fighter's rank is determined by their battle record. For example, if you want to reach the beginner-level warlord rank, you have to have slain 2 low-level commanders. However, battle records are usually not too reliable, because nobody knows whether or not you actually killed the monster yourself. You can easily purchase the material and pretend it's your own. As a result, the so-called fighter rank isn't really that useful. In the circle of fighters, everyone knows who's strong and who's weak. For example, if some kid from a rich family purchases 2 Horde leader corpses and says he killed them, his rank would become beginner-level war god. And once he does this, he'll easily attract many fighters wanting a spar. If he has the strength, then nothing will happen. If he doesn't have the strength, then he'll be super embarrassed when he gets walked all over by a group of warlords. So most people aren't willing to try and advance their ranks until they have enough strength to back it up. When I killed around 10,000 soldier-level monsters in 2 months, most of them being high-level soldiers, most of the fighters were sure that I was a beginner-level warlord. If so, then I might as well directly raise my fighter rank to beginner-level warlord. Late into the night of the same day, Luo Feng's audiovisual room. The display on the wall entered the home of Limits page. The clearest thing on this page was this list. Name, Luo Feng. Sex, male. Address, Jiangnan City, China. Fighter identification number, 426-123-2056080100002. Level, Warlord Beginner. Contribution, 255,612 points, 2 stars. Balance, 118,980,0000 Chinese dollars. Internet market, Instruction Manual 9-Stage Thunderblade. Luo Feng swiftly tapped on the wireless keyboard and entered the page to purchase the 9-Stage Thunderblade Instruction Manual. After browsing for a bit, he saw the first line at the top, 9-Stage Thunderblade, all 9 stages. 100 billion, full price. 50 billion, half price requirement. For star contribution rank. This is a gigantic amount. Even more expensive than the Elixir of Life asterisk, and it needs a 4-star contribution rank. Luo Feng shook his head and lightly tapped the purchase button for the first 4 stages. Please confirm whether or not you want to purchase the first 4 stages of the 9-Stage Thunderblade. You need to pay 250 million Chinese dollars. Confirms. Luo Feng tapped. Please verify your fingerprint and confirm again. Luo Feng placed his finger on the fingerprint scanner on the wireless keyboard and shook his head as he sighed. Too bad the first 5 stages of the 9-Stage Thunderblade needs a 3-star contribution rank for half price. Having no choice, he could only purchase the first 4 stages. Usually, the 9-Stage Thunderblade gets harder and harder as you progress. Because of some special circumstances, he was luckily able to finish the first 3 stages. This 4th stage will probably take an extremely long time, unless something special happens again. Beep! Fingerprint confirmed. Purchase successful. Deduction successful. The instruction manual for the first 4 stages of the 9-Stage Thunderblade will arrive at Mr. Luo Feng's home. Within 24 hours, the screen continuously displayed the messages. Luo Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Now that I've purchased the instruction manual, I gotta figure out how I'm gonna safely sell the dragon egg, the battle uniform, and the blade. The HR Alliance, the Dojo of Limits, and the Thunder Dojo. Even though my identity will be revealed when selling materials to them, I can still tell them to put the money into my nameless account. However, their higher-ups could easily reveal the fact that I earned a ton of money, frowned Luo Feng. Looks like I can only sell them through the black market. Where there's light, there's darkness. The competition over buying materials has always been quite fierce. The HR alliance is the alliance between many families and financial groups. Even though this alliance is, for the most part, stable, there's still quite a lot of competition going on inside. Some financial groups and families hold more positions in the HR alliance and therefore enjoy more benefits. Because of competition, all sorts of services exist. You're a fighter that wants to hide his identity and sell some materials? All right, if other managers won't do it, I'll do it. You're a fighter that wants to store money in another country's nameless account? All right, everything will be done for you. As long as you have valuables, tons of material purchasing managers will fight over them. So many messages. Luo Feng entered the Warlord Fighter discussion area and just simply typed in the 3 words, selling monster materials. Tons and tons of posts then appeared. Reading the huge amounts of replies also shows safety and credibility. I want to sell the dragon egg, battle uniform, and blade. Yeah, I better not sell it in Jiangnan headquarters city. I better sell it somewhere else. Luo Feng read the posts one by one. This one seems good. Quite a few famous warlord fighters are replying to this post. Even a war god has replied to this post. The Home of Limits discussion area is divided into 3 ranks: warrior level, warlord level, and war god level. Warrior level fighters can only view and post in the warrior discussion area. Warlord level fighters can view and post in both warrior and warlord discussion areas. War God level fighters can view and post in all 3 discussion areas. Everyone's account corresponds to their personal ID, so they can't fake it. Quite a few people sell their things to him, so his credibility is pretty good. From Kyoto headquarters city, Luo Feng slightly smiled as he nodded. Wang Ho? This name sounds pretty boss. Yup, it'll be him. Morning of the 2nd day, Luo Feng left home to walk around several places in Yangzhou City and purchased a cell phone and SIM card. Most cell phones need your real name, but some stores sell SIM cards without the need to check your ID card. In this world, as long as you have money, people are willing to take risks. As he bought the cell phone and SIM card, Luo Feng also bought glasses, a fake mustache, and some other simple accessories. Hello, Luo Feng stood in his home's training room and dialed that Wang Ho's phone number using the new cell phone. Hello, how are you? I'm Wang Ho. How can I help you today? Wang Ho's voice was gentle. He left some special contact information in the Home of Limits Fighter discussion area, just for these types of scenarios. Most of the people who call him are pretty powerful fighters, since normal fighters don't have any treasures to sell. Luo Feng smiled. I want to sell you some things that will blow you away. Oh, what kind of treasure? Wang Ho's voice, carried from the phone, had a hint of surprise in it. Worth over 10 billion, said Luo Feng. On the other end of the phone, Wang Ho was originally happily chatting with a white-skinned beauty with a great body. But when he heard this, he immediately stood up. Ignoring the beauty, he directly went to a corner near the window and said quietly, I can handle this. As long as you can bring it out, I can take it. I'm sure you have heard of my credibility. This credibility was built up from trade after trade, so you have no need to worry about the price. Over 10 billion. This is definitely a huge trade. Usually, only war gods offer such a huge trade. All right, when you pay, I hope you can send the money to Europe's Swiss International Nameless Bank. Is that all right? Luo Feng continued to speak. Absolutely no problem. Many fighters who cooperate with me like to store their money there, laughed Wang Ho. Swiss international banks have always been popular even before the Grand Nirvana period. Building up the name of a bank or a financial group is extremely difficult, but destroying it is simple. These Swiss international banks have been building up their name over such a long period of time, therefore bringing them lots of business. May I ask when you plan on coming? Asked Wang Ho. I'll go to the main sector of Kyoto headquarters city these 2 days. I'll contact you at that time, said Luo Feng. All right. I still don't know your name. My last name is Wei, answered Luo Feng. Oh, Mr. Wei. Then I'll wait for your grand arrival. Wang Ho's voice had a bit of passion in it. Luo Feng smiled as he hung up. He has never attempted these kinds of things before, but it seems like it's really easy. Just one phone call, and everything's organized. First, I should open an account in a Swiss international bank. Luo Feng used his new phone in his hand to swiftly enter the web page of a Swiss international bank and quickly applied for a nameless account. The password was simple. yet safe with its triple-part 12-character code comprised of Chinese characters, alphabetical letters, and numbers. Done. Now I just have to wait to sell my stuff. That night, under the light of the first floor's living room, Luo Feng sat around a table with his family and ate dinner. Dad, Mom, I'm going out tomorrow to deal with some business, laughed Luo Feng. I'll probably be able to return the day after tomorrow. Oh, where are you going? Luo Hongguo looked at his son with a look of astonishment. Luo Feng laughed. To meet a fighter friend. Hongguo, don't bother asking. Maybe Feng is going to meet his girlfriend, snickered Mother Gong, Xinlan on the side. Luo Feng was dumbfounded because of this. Gong Xinlan continued. However, son, truth be told, you're quite old now. After next year, you'll be 20. You should start getting into a relationship. A relationship needs at least 1 or 2 years before marriage. By then, it won't be early, n/o/vel/b//and.c//om. Brother Luo Hua also laughed on his wheelchair. Yeah, bro, even I'm faster than you. You better step up your game. You little kid, Luo Feng shook his head as he laughed. Oh yeah, how are you doing with your girlfriend, Nan? What else? Of course the same as usual, I guess. Luo Hua was extremely happy. The morning of the next day, after eating breakfast with his family, Luo Feng carried his gigantic backpack as he left his home. He didn't ride on the dojo of Limit's private car, but took a cab to the train station. Beside the train station was a Kung Fu fast food restaurant. Fast food restaurants like Kung Fu, KFC, McDonald's, etc. always have an astonishing amount of people entering and leaving them. Luo Feng entered this Kung Fu fast food restaurant, randomly ate some stuff, and then entered one of the rooms in the restroom. After locking the door, Luo Feng swiftly drew some basic makeup. He wore the glasses, pasted on the mustache, slightly darkened his skin color, wore a hat, and made his shoes taller. Suddenly, Luo Feng seemed like a completely different person. In this kind of fast food restaurant, hundreds of people are inside at any time, with people passing and going every single moment. Who would notice Luo Feng? After Luo Feng finished his basic makeup, he left the fast food restaurant and rode the fastest train leaving Yangzhou City. As of now, it's quite costly to protect the trains, so regular people rarely leave the headquarters city. Fighters don't have to pay anything. As long as they show their fighter ID card, they don't even need to purchase a train ticket to board the train. They can also get off whenever they want. This is one of the privileges of a fighter. The same day, around 6 p.m. Dear guests, the train is about to enter the station. Guests who are getting off at Kyoto headquarters city, please get off the train from the front door with all your belongings with the broadcast inside the train. Luo Feng carried his bag as he got off the train. Kyoto headquarters city. Luo Feng looked around. The largest, most populous city in China that's also its political center? However, compared to Jiang headquarters city, it's not much bigger. It's just that the humidity here is way lower, so it's a bit colder. Luo Feng smiled as he left the train station and called a cab. He headed straight towards an entertainment area, Palace, that's quite famous in Kyoto City. It's also considerably high class. In front of the main gate to the area stood uncountable beauties wearing all sorts of clothes, which made it seem like one was entering the country of women. Mister, a man wearing a suit slightly smiled. Give me a personal quiet room. I don't want anyone to bother me. Luo Feng flashed his fighter ID, which made the receiving manager much more polite. Understood, please follow me. Palace, room G number 3. Mister, all the wine is inside here, said the manager respectfully. May I ask if you need anything else? No need, and without my permission, I don't want anyone to come in here, ordered Luo Feng. Understood, there's a service list and phone over there. If you have any sort of request, feel free to order us, said the manager as he smiled and left. Luo Feng easily locked the door and at the same time scanned the entire room with his spiritual force. There was no sort of recording device in the room. The room also had a beautiful design with an extremely delicate flooring made out of monster fur on the ground. Luo Feng looked at the screen on the wall, which displayed a list of services. Damn, they sure can enjoy themselves. Luo Feng shook his head as he laughed and dialed at Wang Ho's number. Hello, Mr. Wei, Wang Ho passionately yelled. Wang Ho, Amiral Palaces, Chinese lobby, G number 3 room in the main sector of Kyoto headquarters city, responded Luo Feng. All right, understood. I'll be there within an hour. A hint of excitement could be heard in Wang Ho's voice. After Luo Feng hung up, he laid on the sofa and made himself some tea, with a tea bag taken from the cabinet. Luo Feng felt his phone in his pocket vibrating. Who's calling me? The phone in his pocket is Luo Feng's old phone, and not his new one. Luo Feng picked up his phone and looked. A call from home. Hello, Luo Feng picked up his phone. Feng, your brother had an accident. Mother Gong ex-in-law was sobbing as her voice carried over. Luo Feng was startled as he ferociously stood up. Smash! The dropped teacup shattered as the tea inside spilled out. Luo, don't panic, Mother Gong ex-in-law sobbed as she spoke. Your brother almost drowned, but he's been saved and is fine now. Drowned? Mom, what's going on? Luo Feng just couldn't understand. How could something happen to his brother in the headquarters city? Isn't the nanny always with him? Feng, this is what happened. This afternoon, the nanny brought your brother Hua to the nearby park to play. You know that your brother frequently goes to the park. This time, he met his girlfriend's parents in the park. That nan's parents invited your brother for a chat on the side. Luo Feng frowned. They never told his girlfriend's parents about Luo Hua and his girlfriend's situation. And this time, his girlfriend's parents are clearly talking to his brother Luo Hua for a reason. At that time, your brother asked the nanny to bring him there and talked to Nan's parents for a whole hour. After that, Nan's parents left. Luo Feng's mom's voice was a bit hoarse in the phone, probably due to crying too much. Afterwards, your brother said he wanted to stroll around the park alone and told the nanny to wait for him at the gate to the park. The nanny believed that there wasn't any danger in the park, since it was all scenery, and didn't think any further. She then proceeded to wait for your brother at the gate to the park. However, who would have thought that your brother would actually push his wheelchair into the beautiful lake, which froze a long time ago? There was only one hole, which was created by some playing children. And your brother went right into the lake through that hole. Luo Feng's face turned pale as he listened. Even though he knew that his brother was eventually saved, but falling into a frozen lake as a handicapped person showed that he didn't want anything more to do with this world. Virtually suicide. Thankfully, one of the fighters in our sector, a young man named Chiu Yi, directly jumped into the lake, broke through the ice, and swam below to search for your brother. He finally found your brother and saved him. At that time, your brother wasn't breathing anymore, but thankfully, Chiu Yi knew some CPR and saved him. Afterwards, the doctors in our sector said that if they were just a little bit late, he would have passed away for sure. I wonder what kind of cruel words Nan's parents said that pushed my son to the brink of death. Don't they have a child too? His mother couldn't hold it in at all and started sobbing again. Luo Feng just clenched his fists. Ever since his brother became handicapped, he was usually alone at home. He attended classes through the internet at home too. Being alone for long periods of time caused him to be quite introverted. The only people he opened his mind to were his family. Mentally, his brother was extremely weak. That Nan's parents probably only cared about their daughter and said all sorts of harsh words to make my brother leave their daughter. Of course, they wouldn't care how my brother would feel. People are all the same. In Luo Feng's heart, his parents and brother are the most important. And in Nan's parents' hearts, their daughter is, of course, the most important. Mom, how's he now? Luo Feng continued to ask. The doctor in the sector said that there isn't any problem now. However, your brother is emotionally unstable, so your dad and I are taking turns to take care of him. In case he does something foolish again, Mother Gong ex-in-law shook her head as she said, Feng, you should come back earlier. Hua opens more of himself to you and isn't willing to tell us many things. Luo Feng and Luo Hua are close in age, so Luo Hua was naturally willing to open up more to Luo Feng. Okay, I'll be able to return home tomorrow morning, nodded Luo Feng. After he sells the dragon egg, battle uniform, and blade, he'll ride the train through the night and rush back. After hanging up, Luo Feng sat on the couch. He was quite depressed. His brother actually had a decent life all these years. After moving into Mingyue sector and becoming familiar with that Nan, his brother became even happier. But who would have known that this first love made his brother extremely happy and also drove him to death? This experience, compared to a regular person, has an even larger impact on my brother. That Nan's parents are probably against their relationship just because my brother is handicapped. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. Soon, if I'm lucky this time, I might be able to earn that 30 billion needed for that elixir of life. 30 billion. Of course, that dragon egg isn't worth that much. The main things are still the battle uniform and the blade. The HR Alliance, the Dojo of Limits, and the Thunder Dojo. Even though my identity will be revealed when selling materials to them, I can still tell them to put the money into my nameless account. However, their higher-ups could easily reveal the fact that I earned a ton of money, frowned Luo Feng. Looks like I can only sell them through the black market. Where there's light, there's darkness. The competition over buying materials has always been quite fierce. The HR Alliance is the alliance between many families and financial groups. Even though this alliance is, for the most part, stable, there's still quite a lot of competition going on inside. Some financial groups and families hold more positions in the HR Alliance and therefore enjoy more benefits. Because of competition, all sorts of services exist. You're a fighter that wants to hide his identity and sell some materials? All right, if other managers won't do it, I'll do it. You're a fighter that wants to store money in another country's nameless account? All right, everything will be done for you. As long as you have valuables, tons of material purchasing managers will fight over them. So many messages. Luo Feng entered the Warlord Fighter discussion area and just simply typed in the 3 words, selling monster materials. Tons and tons of posts then appeared. Reading the huge amounts of replies also shows safety and credibility. I want to sell the dragon egg, battle uniform, and blade. Yeah, I better not sell it in Jiangnan headquarters city. I better sell it somewhere else. Luo Feng read the post one by one. This one seems good. Quite a few famous warlord fighters are replying to this post. Even a war god has replied to this post. The Home of Limits discussion area is divided into 3 ranks: warrior level, warlord level, and war god level. Warrior level fighters can only view and post in the warrior discussion area. Warlord level fighters can view and post in both warrior and warlord discussion areas. War god level fighters can view and post in all 3 discussion areas. Everyone's account corresponds to their personal ID, so they can't fake it. Quite a few people sell their things to him, so his credibility is pretty good. From Kyoto headquarters city, Luo Feng slightly smiled as he nodded. Wang Hao? This name sounds pretty boss. Yup, it'll be him. Morning of the second day, Luo Feng left home to walk around several places in Yangzhou City and purchased a cell phone and SIM card. Most cell phones need your real name, but some stores sell SIM cards without the need to check your ID card. In this world, as long as you have money, people are willing to take risks. As he bought the cell phone and SIM card, Luo Feng also bought glasses, a fake mustache, and some other simple accessories. Hello, Luo Feng stood in his home's training room and dialed the Wang Ho's phone number using the new cell phone. Hello, how are you? I'm Wang Ho. How can I help you today? Wang Ho's voice was gentle. He left some special contact information in the Home of Limits Fighter discussion area just for these types of scenarios. Most of the people who call him are pretty powerful fighters, since normal fighters don't have any treasures to sell. Luo Feng smiled. I want to sell you some things that will blow you away. Oh, what kind of treasure? Wang Ho's voice, carried from the phone, had a hint of surprise in it. Worth over 10 billion, said Luo Feng. On the other end of the phone, Wang Ho was originally happily chatting with a white-skinned beauty with a great body, but when he heard this, he immediately stood up. Ignoring the beauty, he directly went to a corner near the window and said quietly, I can handle this. As long as you can bring it out, I can take it. I'm sure you have heard of my credibility. This credibility was built up from trade after trade, so you have no need to worry about the price. Over 10 billion. This is definitely a huge trade. Usually, only war gods offer such a huge trade. All right, when you pay, I hope you can send the money to Europe's Swiss International Nameless Bank. Is that all right? Luo Feng continued to speak. Absolutely no problem. Many fighters who cooperate with me like to store their money there, laughed Wang Ho. Swiss international banks have always been popular even before the Grand Nirvana period. Building up the name of a bank or a financial group is extremely difficult, but destroying it is simple. These Swiss international banks have been building up their name over such a long period of time, therefore bringing them lots of business. May I ask when you plan on coming? Asked Wang Ho. I'll go to the main sector of Kyoto headquarters city these 2 days. I'll contact you at that time, said Luo Feng. All right. I still don't know your name. My last name is Wei, answered Luo Feng. Oh, Mr. Wei. Then I'll wait for your grand arrival. Wang Ho's voice had a bit of passion in it. Luo Feng smiled as he hung up. He has never attempted these kinds of things before, but it seems like it's really easy. Just one phone call, and everything's organized. First, I should open an account in a Swiss international bank. Luo Feng used his new phone in his hand to swiftly enter the web page of a Swiss international bank and quickly applied for a nameless account. The password was simple, yet safe with its triple-part 12-character code comprised of Chinese characters, alphabetical letters, and numbers. Done. Now I just have to wait to sell my stuff. That night, under the light of the first floor's living room, Luo Feng sat around a table with his family and ate dinner. Dad, Mom, I'm going out tomorrow to deal with some business, laughed Luo Feng. I'll probably be able to return the day after tomorrow. Oh, where are you going? Luo Hongguo looked at his son with a look of astonishment. Luo Feng laughed. To meet a fighter friend. Hongguo, don't bother asking. Maybe Feng is going to meet his girlfriend, snickered Mother Gong Xinlan on the side. Luo Feng was dumbfounded because of this. Gong Xinlan continued. However, son, truth be told, you're quite old now. After next year, you'll be 20. You should start getting into a relationship. A relationship needs at least 1 or 2 years before marriage. By then, it won't be early. Brother Luo Hua also laughed on his wheelchair. Yeah, bro, even I'm faster than you. You better step up your game. You little kid, Luo Feng shook his head as he laughed. Oh yeah, how are you doing with your girlfriend, Nan? What else? Of course the same as usual, I guess. Luo Hua was extremely happy. The morning of the next day, after eating breakfast with his family, Luo Feng carried his gigantic backpack as he left his home. He didn't ride on the dojo of Limit's private car, but took a cab to the train station. Beside the train station was a Kung Fu fast food restaurant. Fast food restaurants like Kung Fu, KFC, McDonald's, etc. always have an astonishing amount of people entering and leaving them. Luo Feng entered this Kung Fu fast food restaurant, randomly ate some stuff, and then entered one of the rooms in the restroom. After locking the door, Luo Feng swiftly drew some basic makeup. He wore the glasses, pasted on the mustache, slightly darkened his skin color, wore a hat, and made his shoes taller. Suddenly, Luo Feng seemed like a completely different person. In this kind of fast food restaurant, hundreds of people are inside at any time, with people passing and going every single moment. Who would notice Luo Feng? After Luo Feng finished his basic makeup, he left the fast food restaurant and rode the fastest train leaving Yangzhou City. As of now, it's quite costly to protect the trains, so regular people rarely leave the headquarters city. Fighters don't have to pay anything. As long as they show their fighter ID card, they don't even need to purchase a train ticket to board the train. They can also get off whenever they want. This is one of the privileges of a fighter. The same day, around 6 p.m., dear guests, the train is about to enter the station. Guests who are getting off at Kyoto headquarters city, please get off the train from the front door with all your belongings with the broadcast inside the train. Luo Feng carried his bag as he got off the train. Kyoto headquarters city. Luo Feng looked around. The largest, most populous city in China that's also its political center. However, compared to Jiangnan headquarters city, it's not much bigger. It's just that the humidity here is way lower, so it's a bit colder. Luo Feng smiled as he left the train station and called a cab. He headed straight towards an entertainment area, Palace, that's quite famous in Kyoto City. It's also considerably high class. In front of the main gate to the area stood uncountable beauties wearing all sorts of clothes, which made it seem like one was entering the country of women. Mr. A man wearing a suit slightly smiled. Give me a personal quiet room. I don't want anyone to bother me. Luo Feng flashed his fighter ID, which made the receiving manager much more polite. Understood. Please follow me. Palace, room G number 3. Mister, all the wine is inside here, said the manager respectfully. May I ask if you need anything else? No need, and without my permission, I don't want anyone to come in here, ordered Luo Feng. Understood, there's a service list and phone over there. If you have any sort of request, feel free to order us, said the manager as he smiled and left. Luo Feng easily locked the door and at the same time scanned the entire room with his spiritual force. There was no sort of recording device in the room. The room also had a beautiful design with an extremely delicate flooring made out of monster fur on the ground. Luo Feng looked at the screen on the wall, which displayed a list of services. Damn, they sure can enjoy themselves. Luo Feng shook his head as he laughed and dialed that Wang Ho's number. Hello, Mr. Wei, Wang Ho passionately yelled. Wang Ho, Animal Palace's Chinese lobby, G number 3 room in the main sector of Kyoto headquarters city, responded Luo Feng. All right, understood. I'll be there within an hour. A hint of excitement could be heard in Wang Ho's voice. After Luo Feng hung up, he laid on the sofa and made himself some tea, with a tea bag taken from the cabinet. Luo Feng felt his phone in his pocket vibrating. Who's calling me? The phone in his pocket is Luo Feng's old phone, and not his new one. Luo Feng picked up his phone and looked. A call from home. Hello, Luo Feng picked up his phone. Phone, your brother had an accident. Mother Gong Xen Lan was sobbing as her voice. Luo, don't panic. Mother Gong Xen Lan sobbed as she spoke. Your brother almost drowned, but he's been saved and is fine now. Drowned? Mom, what's going on? Luo Feng just couldn't understand. How could something happen to his brother in the headquarters city? Isn't the nanny always with him? Feng, this is what happened. This afternoon, the nanny brought your brother Hua to the nearby park to play. You know that your brother frequently goes to the park. This time, he met his girlfriend's parents in the park. That Nan's parents invited your brother for a chat on the side. Luo Feng frowned. They never told his girlfriend's parents about Luo Hua and his girlfriend's situation. And this time, his girlfriend's parents are clearly talking to his brother Luo Hua for a reason. At that time, your brother asked the nanny to bring him there and talk to Nan's parents for a whole hour. After that, Nan's parents left. Luo Feng's mom's voice was a bit hoarse in the phone, probably due to crying too much. Afterwards, your brother said he wanted to stroll around the park alone and told the nanny to wait for him at the gate to the park. The nanny believed that there wasn't any danger in the park, since it was all scenery, and didn't think any further. She then proceeded to wait for your brother at the gate to the park. However, who would have thought that your brother would actually push his wheelchair into the beautiful lake, which froze a long time ago? There was only one hole, which was created by some playing children. And your brother went right into the lake through that hole. Luo Feng's face turned pale as he listened. Even though he knew that his brother was eventually saved, but falling into a frozen lake as a handicapped person showed that he didn't want anything more to do with this world. Virtually suicide. Thankfully, one of the fighters in our sector, a young man named Chiu Yi, directly jumped into the lake, broke through the ice, and swam below to search for your brother. He finally found your brother and saved him. At that time, your brother wasn't breathing anymore, but thankfully, Chiu Yi knew some CPR and saved him. Afterwards, the doctors in our sector said that if they were just a little bit late, he would have passed away for sure. I wonder what kind of cruel words Nan's parents said that pushed my son to the brink of death. Don't they have a child too? His mother couldn't hold it in at all and started sobbing again. Luo Feng just clenched his fists. Ever since his brother became handicapped, he was usually alone at home. He attended classes through the internet at home too. Being alone for long periods of time caused him to be quite introverted. The only people he opened his mind to were his family. Mentally, his brother was extremely weak. That Nan's parents probably only cared about their daughter and said all sorts of harsh words to make my brother leave their daughter. Of course, they wouldn't care how my brother would feel. People are all the same. In Luo Feng's heart, his parents and brother are the most important. And in Nan's parents' hearts, their daughter is, of course, the most important. Mom, how's he now? Luo Feng continued to ask. The doctor in the sector said that there isn't any problem now. However, your brother is emotionally unstable, so your dad and I are taking turns to take care of him. In case he does something foolish again, Mother Gong Xen Lan shook her head as she said, Feng, you should come back earlier. Hua opens more of himself to you and isn't willing to tell us many things. Luo Feng and Luo Hua are close in age, so Luo Hua was naturally willing to open up more to Luo Feng. Okay, I'll be able to return home tomorrow morning, nodded Luo Feng. After he sells the dragon egg, battle uniform, and blade, he'll ride the train through the night and rush back. After hanging up, Luo Feng sat on the couch. He was quite depressed. His brother actually had a decent life all these years. After moving into Mingyue sector and becoming familiar with that Nan, his brother became even happier. But who would have known that this first love made his brother extremely happy and also drove him to death? This experience, compared to a regular person, has an even larger impact on my brother. That Nan's parents are probably against their relationship just because my brother is handicapped. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. Soon, if I'm lucky this time, I might be able to earn that 30 billion needed for that elixir of life. 30 billion. Of course, that dragon egg isn't worth that much. The main things are still the battle uniform and the blade. I hope they're SS grade. If they are, then I'll be rich. Luo Feng himself didn't have a way to grade them, for he would need some professional detectors to do so. Sadly, Luo Feng didn't have these detectors, and he didn't want the HR Alliance or the people from the Dojo of Limits to examine these things. Time passed slowly. Bang! 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 The sounds of the door knocks carried over. Luo Feng walked over and opened the door. "I'm here," smiled Wang Ho. "Please enter." Luo Feng let him in and then directly closed the door. The two of them sat on the couch. "I heard that Mr. Wei has some valuable things?" Wang Ho's smile was bright, and his eyes looked like they just found some prey. Luo Feng slightly smiled as he directly opened the huge backpack he brought with him. The green dragon egg took up the most space in the bag, and Luo Feng carried it over and put it on the couch as he smiled towards Wang Ho. "Wang Ho, this is a dragon egg. I'm sure you can guess what kind of dragon egg it is." "Dragon egg? A dragon egg worth over 10 billion? Could it be the East China Sea's green dragon's dragon egg?" Wang Ho was flabbergasted. Luo Feng froze. The East China Sea's green dragon? That's an emperor-level monster, way stronger than a horde leader. After all these years, only one green dragon's egg showed itself on this world. According to the Home of Limits, it sold for an astronomical price. What's with this guy's guess? After doing business for so long, I thought he would be able to recognize it straight away. Luo Feng shook his head and said nothing. What Luo Feng didn't know was that dragon eggs are extremely rare. Wang Ho himself has only personally seen 2 of them. Of course, he wouldn't know what kind of dragon egg this was. "No, the green dragon's egg is larger than this," said Wang Ho. "I never said it was the green dragon's egg. Hurry and examine it," Luo Feng couldn't help but to say. He said that his things were worth over 10 billion, not just one dragon egg. "This is the first dragon egg I have received." Wang Ho's eyes flashed. A dragon egg. Wang Ho swiftly opened his bag, which contained 3 locked safes. He took out one and took out a pair of detectors from it afterwards. As if they were spiders, one of the detector's antennae touched against the surface of the dragon egg. Suddenly, the display of a detector swiftly showed a large amount of numbers. Wang Ho smiled as he looked at the numbers. "Mr. Wei, you sure are powerful. You even got a dragon egg?" In today's world, none of the monsters worthy of the title of dragon are easy to deal with. "The test is complete?" Luo Feng looked towards the display. Almost Wang Ho smiled and was totally relaxed. Oh, Wang Ho's eyes flashed and then looked at the screen. He then smiled towards Luo Feng. "According to the database, this is a steel armored dragon's egg. A steel armored dragon is above average out of all the monsters with the title of dragon. I'll be straightforward and go by the market price for this dragon egg. 5 billion Chinese dollars. Of course, before coming, Luo Feng already got all the prices straight. 5 billion is indeed quite a generous price. Even if you go to the HR Alliance, you probably won't be able to get such a price. All right, straightforward enough, Luo Feng smiled. This price is fine. There are tons of people willing to speak up for how I do things. Wang Ho smiled. Business always pays attention to the details. If I scam you, you'll probably trash talk me on the discussion boards. If my credibility lowers, then I won't be able to do any business. So, once anyone does business with me, they'll know that Wang Ho is fair. Luo Feng slightly smiled in reply. Mr. Wei, Wang Ho couldn't help but to say, "You probably still have more things?" "I do," Luo Feng nodded as he took out a blade still in its sheath from his bag. "Oh!" Wang Ho's eyes flashed as he looked at the blade and looked at Luo Feng with a face of astonishment. "This is a really nice blade. Even this sheath is extremely expensive. May I have a look?" "Please do." Luo Feng started to get a bit expectant. "I wonder what grade this blade is, at least S grade for sure." After unsheathing the blade, Wang Ho examined it carefully and couldn't help but to nod. Great blade, this is a really great blade. I'm 100% sure that a war god used this blade. If I'm seeing this correctly, this should be a SS grade blade. This blade is indeed worth quite a lot. Luo Feng was extremely happy inside. This blade was actually SS grade. We'll need to see how damaged this blade is before we determine on the price, smiled Wang Ho. Of course, a blade starts off with no damage, but slowly gets damaged as it battles against monsters. The blade itself suffers damages unseen to the eye, and as time goes on, the damages pile up. It'll continue like this until one day the blade itself breaks. Luo Feng nodded. The description for an A rank weapon is that it can virtually fight against all A rank monsters without suffering any damage. Knowing this, weapons can still break. n/o/vel/b/jan.c//om. The less damaged it is, the more it's worth. Naturally, the more damaged it is, the less it's worth. Let me check. Wang Ho immediately opened another safe and took out another pair of detectors to examine the blade. A dreamy light shot out from the detector and enveloped this blade. The detector's display immediately showed large amounts of information in the form of numbers. Soon enough, the detector calculated the results. 0% damaged. Wang Ho was extremely surprised. Luo Feng couldn't help but to let out a smile. The fact that the blade is 0% damaged means that it'll definitely sell for a good price. This weapon was probably used to battle against a monster lower than the SS grade, smiled Wang Ho as he said. If an SS grade weapon is used to battle against an SS grade Emperor-level monster, minuscule damages will start to pile up on the blade. As long as the damages continue to pile up over time, it might break. However, if an SS grade blade is used to battle against Horde leader and commander-level monsters, then it'll take absolutely no damage at all. Wang Ho, what price can you offer for this blade? Continued Luo Feng. If you try to purchase a blade like this, it'll cost 30 billion. Half price 15 billion. If you purchase it in the Palace of War Gods, the lowest price will be 10 billion inch, smiled Wang Ho. I'm sure that you know all of this already. Luo Feng said nothing. Know this? He didn't know much about the legendary Palace of War Gods. He didn't think that the best deal for a weapon in the Palace of War Gods would be even cheaper than the Dojo of Limit's half price. 100 billion is the cheapest price possible in the Palace of War Gods, and the cost to create this blade is around 9 billion. If I purchase this blade, then I'll have to pay tons of fees before I can sell it again. So the highest price I can give you is 8 billion. Any higher, and I won't gain any profit at all, explained Wang Ho. Luo Feng understood that if you ask for 9 billion when the cost to make it is 9 billion, you might as well ask the market to make one again. Why would they bother buying your used good? Even though this blade is 0% damaged, there's no guarantee. After all, the weapons sold by the HR Alliance, the Dojo of Limits, etc. all have their word to back up the quality. All right, 8 billion then, smiled Luo Feng as he nodded. Straightforward, Wang Ho also smiled. Mr. Wei, how about we have a friendly chat for a bit later? I'll pay. This Will Palace is one of the 9 greatest palaces, so if you want to find some girls, feel free to mention your requests. Age, height, 3 sizes, education, looks virgin or not, etc. Wang Ho explained skillfully. This is a huge trade. The best service in this Will Palace is probably a couple million per night. However, with this trade, a couple million isn't even worth mentioning. Wang Ho, don't rush. I still have more things, Luo Feng couldn't help but to say. More? Wang Ho froze. He thought that they were done with the dragon egg and blade, since the price has indeed exceeded 10 billion. Who would have thought that there were even more treasures to be revealed? And clearly, This Mr. Wei in front of his eyes brings out his things from worst to best. If the Dragon Egg was 5 billion and the SS Grade Blade was 8 billion, then what about the final treasure? Hurry, hurry and show me. Wang Ho was getting a bit excited. Luo Feng slightly smiled and brought out the final treasure from his bag. An entire battle uniform set, including the boots, arm guards, vest, etc. Man, what a person. Wang Ho couldn't help but to take in a deep breath. Could this battle uniform set also be SS grade? Depending on what kind of equipment it is, even if they're both SS grade, the difference could be enormous. For example, when comparing a throwing knife, which doesn't need that many materials to make, and a blade, the price difference is huge. And the harder it is to make, the more expensive it is. An extremely flexible battle uniform is way more expensive than blades and swords. Take a look. Luo Feng placed the battle uniform set on the table. Okay, Wang Ho immediately used the detectors that previously examined the blade. The dreamy light once again enveloped the battle uniform and examined every part. The detector's display also swiftly showed a huge amount of numbers. Wang Ho looked at the display and smiled at Luo Feng. Mr. Wei, I can tell that this battle uniform is at least S grade. Whether or not it's SS grade, we'll have to see. Luo Feng smiled and said nothing. Wang Ho's expression suddenly focused as he stared at the display. His smile was completely gone. What happened? Luo Feng frowned. Look at this. Wang Ho turned the display towards Luo Feng, and Luo Feng took a close look. NOV. L. B / JNN. 2 items have already been evaluated. S-grade battle boots, S-grade combat trousers. The rest were still being evaluated. Luo Feng's face slightly changed. S-grade? This uniform set was S-grade. Even though SS grade and S grade are only apart by 1 grade, the price difference between the two is like the difference. How could this be? Luo Feng didn't think that Wang Ho would deceive him, since Luo Feng has seen these delicate detectors before when selling his materials to the HR Alliance and the Dojo of Limits. And according to what he knows, these detectors always compare their data to the main database before making their conclusion. In other words, the results are always recorded by the main database, so no one would dare to falsify the results. Oh, Wang Ho took in a breath. All right, it's all done. Mr. Wei, I'll give you some bad news first. Your uniform set isn't a SS grade set. At the same time, I'll tell you some good news. Your battle uniform set isn't a S grade uniform set either. Because it's a uniform set made out of both S grade and SS grade components. Smiled Wang Ho. The vest of this uniform set is SS grade. Luo Feng secretly let out a breath. The results were clear on the display. All the components of the uniform were S grade except for the vest, which was SS grade. And the most important part of the uniform set was the vest, since it's the main part of the whole uniform. The powerful fighter that used this uniform set probably didn't have enough money, so he only bought an SS grade vest, smiled Wang Ho. This is a very common course of action in the Palace of War Gods. Luo Feng could figure out that the other parts of the uniform set were still S grade. What price will you offer? Inquired Luo Feng. A complete SS grade uniform set is worth 120 billion in the Dojo of Limits, half price 60 billion. In the Palace of War Gods, the lowest price is 40 billion. This SS grade vest is the core of the entire uniform set, so the price of it is half of the price of the entire uniform set. 0% damaged. If you purchase this in the Palace of War Gods, the lowest price is 20 billion each. However, the material of this vest is clearly not worth 20 billion, so my offer will be lower. The highest price I can give you is 15 billion for this SS grade vest, smiled Wang Ho. Of course, with my authority, I'm unable to move such a large amount of money so quickly. If you're willing to sell it to me, you'll probably have to wait 15 minutes for me to get the money together. Luo Feng's heart pounded. Dragon Egg for 5 billion, SS grade blade for 8 billion, and this SS grade vest for 15 billion. Totaled up 28 billion. Extremely close to 30 billion. What price can you offer for the other components of the vest? Asked Luo Feng. Keep in mind that everyone's body size is different, so naturally, the battle uniforms come in different sizes too. Luo Feng has tried on this uniform set before, and it was clearly too large for him. This was why he didn't plan on keeping it. This? Wang Ho slightly frowned, and then said, Mr. Wei, I'll be honest with you. First, all the other parts of the uniform set are damaged. Because of this, we can't directly sell them. Next, the market for battle vests is extremely good, but for battle boots and combat trousers, we'll do this. In the dojo of limits, a complete S-grade battle uniform set is 12 billion, half price 6 billion. The lowest price for it in the Palace of War Gods is 4 billion. In your S-grade uniform set is missing the core component, the combat vest. In the first place, the price wouldn't exceed 1.5 billion, and your parts aren't 0% damaged, so I can only give you the price of 800 million. Wang Ho shook his head as he laughed, and this is because of the previous trades we just did. I dare say that no one else would be willing to buy these parts for 800 million each. It was because of Wang Ho's credibility that Luo Feng went all the way to Kyoto headquarters city. Wang Ho's price offers are fair, so there's no need to bargain any further. 800 million, Luo Feng hesitated, and then nodded. All right, 800 million. These parts were useless to him anyway. Mr. Wei, do you have anything else? Asked Wang Ho. Nope, Luo Feng couldn't help but to laugh. Calculate the total, and then transfer the money to this account, as he said that Luo Feng took out a paper which had the nameless account he applied for at the Swiss International Bank and the corresponding identification password. Wang Ho smiled as he nodded. Dragon Egg for 5 billion, SS Grade Blade for 8 billion, SS Grade Battle Vest for 15 billion, damaged parts of an S-Grade Battle Uniform set for 800 million. In total, 28.8 billion. Mr. Wei, please wait a moment. I'll prepare the data of the uniform set and send it over to get permission to transfer the money. Wang Ho swiftly typed some numbers on the detector's keyboard as he said that. The dreamy light from the detector enveloped the battle vest and sent the specific data values to his headquarters. Around 10 minutes later, beep beep, Wang Ho took out his cell phone and let out a smile. Mr. Wei, the money should be in the account now, said Wang Ho as he looked at Luo Feng. We contacted headquarters to make an internal transfer at the Swiss International Bank, which was why we were able to instantly transfer so much money. Luo Feng's cell phone also rang. After taking out his cell phone to take a look, a message was displayed. Valuable diamond level guest. Your account ending in 189,891 as of 2336 on the 8th has received a transfer of 2880,000,000 Chinese dollars. Remaining Chinese dollars in account, $28,800,000,000. Swiss International Bank. Glad to do business with you, Luo Feng smiled as he extended his hand. A big customer like Mr. Wei needs to help me more in the future. Wang Ho passionately shook hands with Luo Feng. Is Mr. Wei planning to? Wang Ho gave a look. Sorry, I have things to do. Luo Feng carried his backpack. Then I'll be going first. Oh, go ahead. I still need to organize these things anyway, Wang Ho smiled. Luo Feng got on the train and left Kyoto headquarters city. Only until the morning of the second day, at around 7 a.m., did he arrive at Jiangnan City's Yangzhou train station. Luo Feng went inside the bathroom at the Kung Fu fast food restaurant next to the train station and took his accessories off. After washing his face, he returned to his original appearance. Time to go back home. Luo Feng got on the cab and arrived at Mingyue Sector's gate. Mingyue Sector was a fighter sector, which was very strict on who could enter. Naturally, the cab had to stop in front of the gate. I'm back, Luo Feng let out a sigh. That dragon egg, blade, and uniform set were like a hot potato. 28.8 billion. That added with the money he already has, nears the total to 30 billion. Furthermore, he'll have more opportunities to make money in the future. Luo Feng, the bald, old guardsman of Mingyue Sector, yelled. Luo Feng turned his head. The bald, old man laughed. There's a young lady named Junnan. Last night, she came to the gate of the sector and called over and over again, hoping to meet your brother, without success. Later on in the night, she came to the sector again and asked for my help to transfer a letter to his family member. She hopes you can hand the letter to your brother Luo Hua. Oh! Luo Feng's heart. After stepping into Mingyue Sector, Luo Feng directly opened the letter. Even though his brother's girlfriend, Jinnan, wrote it for his brother, Luo Feng was worried about its content. His brother just tried to kill himself yesterday and is extremely emotionally unstable. If there are some stimulating things in the letter, it could make his brother go out of control. Luo Feng wasn't willing to risk it. I want to see as to what exactly is written in here. Luo Feng's face was filled with anger, but as he read the letter, his expression started to loosen up. Sai Luo Feng shook his head. At least my brother has an eye for people. Luo Feng realized from this letter that Nan's parents talked with Luo Hua behind her back. Nan didn't even know that her parents knew that she was dating Luo Hua. She only realized when she heard that Luo Hua tried to kill himself in the pond. After hearing this, Nan almost fainted. Her parents wouldn't allow Nan to meet Luo Hua no matter how much she cried and argued. After that, she begged with everything she had and convinced her parents by telling them that this is the last time she'll meet Luo Hua. However, no matter how many times she called Luo Hua at the gate of Mingyue sector, she never received any reply. Since she couldn't even meet Luo Hua, she had no choice but to write a letter and ask his family to hand it over to him. Secretly continue their relationship? Hide it from their parents? Marry after they graduate? Luo Feng read the letter and sighed. Looks like that Nan girl is quite stubborn about this, as she's clearly not convinced by her parents. Mingyue Sector Villa number 199, which is Luo Feng's home. The atmosphere was clearly quite heavy. Father Luo Hong was sat on the couch in the living room, and he seems to have aged a lot just over one night. Dad, the voice carried from outside. Feng, Luo Hong was stood up. At this time, Luo Feng already entered the house, and Luo Hong was said to him quietly, "Your mom is currently in the room with your brother. Your brother's emotional state has stabilized a bit, but no matter what we say to him, he won't reply at all." I understand. Luo Feng took in a deep breath and headed towards his brother's room. Squeak! After opening the door, Mother Gong Xen Lan, who was sitting beside the bed, saw Luo Feng and stood up. "Feng, Mom, you can go outside and get some rest first," said Luo Feng. Gong Xen Lan glanced at her little son, Luo Hua, who was sitting on his wheelchair on the balcony without making a sound, and then shook her head before leaving the room. "This time, my brother is quiet." Luo Feng found that his brother's face was much paler than before. He made no sound as he just blankly stared out the window. Who knows what was going on in his head at that moment? "Luo Hua," yelled Luo Feng. Brother Luo Hua sat on the wheelchair without making the slightest movement, as if he didn't hear his brother Luo Feng's voice. "Luo Hua, I promise you that you can marry Nan," Luo Feng followed up with a second phrase. Luo Hua's body slightly moved on the wheelchair and then finally turned towards Luo Feng, let out a bitter smile, and then shook his head as he whispered, "Brother, there's no point in you saying anything now. Nan and I have no future, and I have completely given up. I'll never marry a girl in my life. Never. I'm not worthy." "What kind of dumb words are you spouting?" Luo Feng slightly frowned as he scolded. "Dumb words?" Luo Hua immediately became agitated. "Am I wrong? Can a handicap like me with useless legs marry Nan? Yeah, Nan is willing to be my wife, but what about after that? In the future, everyone will point their fingers at Nan and say her husband's handicapped. How will Nan's family and friends look at her? I'm a handicapped person, just a handicap. Nan and her parents won't have any face to meet their relatives and friends after she marries me. And people will always talk behind their back. Even if I become successful, people will only think that Nan is with a handicap because of what I have and not who I am." Luo Hua shook his head. "I don't want such a good girl like Nan to fall to the point where people will always point fingers at her and look down on her. I don't want to drag her down. I will ruin the life of whoever marries me, so I might as well not marry anyone. There's no point in a handicap like me thinking about girlfriends and weddings." Luo Hua let out a smile, which carried a bit of insanity in it. "Pa!" A loud slap landed on Luo Hua's face, which almost made Luo Hua fall out of his wheelchair. Blood flowed out of the side of Luo Hua's mouth. Grown Luo Hua froze. All these years, until now, Luo Feng has never hit him before. "Coward!" Luo Feng's expression was horrible. "There are plenty of handicapped people that can shake the world. There's even one right in our Jiangnan city. the war god Yuan, whose arms have been useless from birth. But with just his 2 legs, he earned the nickname Gigantic Axe for himself, for his legs were comparable to gigantic axes. There are tons of similar cases in the circle of fighters, so don't even mention regular people. After Luo Feng said that, his brother's face changed again. Of course Luo Huan knew about these cases. Ever since he was little, he has been reading way too many cases like this. He can probably spit out over 100 of them in one breath. Your girlfriend wrote this letter for you. Take a look. Luo Feng handed the letter over. Luo Hua accepted it with suspicion, and as he read it, the expression on his face started to change yet again. Nan is a good girl, a very good one, and when I'm with her, I feel like I'm in a dream. However, I don't want people to point fingers at her in the future. I really don't want that to happen. After saying that, Luo Hua couldn't hold back his tears anymore as they dripped onto the letter. Luo Hua raised his head and looked towards Luo Feng. Bro, as long as I can secretly watch Nan enjoy her life, that'll be enough, more than enough. If you truly care about her, then you'll stay with her, scolded Luo Feng. But Luo Hua couldn't help but to reach towards his legs, but the location where his thighs should be have long been. Come with me. Luo Feng pushed the wheelchair and directly went out the room. Feng father Luo Honggua and mother Gong Xian Lan, who were outside the house, were shocked. I'm going to talk to Luo Hua for a bit. With just a slight push from Luo Feng's hands, his brother's wheelchair was horizontally aligned as it rushed towards the second floor's audiovisual room. Inside the audiovisual room, Bron Luo Hua looked at Luo Feng. Look at the display. At the same time, Luo Feng gave his command. Turn on. Beep. Beep. The projector swiftly projected some light onto the wall. Luo Feng sat on the couch as he tapped on the wireless keyboard, entered the Home of Limits Warlord discussion board, and searched the board for the 3 words Elixir of Life. Very few people actually talk about the Elixir of Life. This item is just way too rare, so most Warlord fighters can never find any. Naturally, there'll be very little news on it. However, there were still a few dozen related posts. Luo Feng directly opened one of the posts. Of course, Luo Feng has already read all of these since he has been searching all over for information about the Elixir of Life. This is... Luo Hua froze. Look at this post and finish reading it, said Luo Feng coldly. Luo Hua turned his head and started reading the short post that was described the Elixir of Life. Even though it was short, it still explained about the most important ingredients along with the elixir's effect. Naturally, it also mentioned the price that it sold for a while ago. This Elixir of Life is extremely rare. There's no supply, only demand. Every time it appears in an auction. The main ingredient is the essence of the Horde leader surpassing SS rank Emperor level monster, Earth Dragon S Soul. The elixir can let you grow out new arms and legs. As long as you're still alive, you can grow them out no matter how bad of a condition you're in. Luo Hua was completely stunned by what this post was describing, and at the same time, his eyes were shining. Whether at the ingredients or the effect. No supply and only demand? The most recent Elixir of Life sold for an astronomical price of 30 billion Chinese dollars. Luo Hua, who was extremely excited, felt like a huge bucket of cold water poured onto him. 30 billion? Luo Hua was familiar with investment and stocks. Since he's familiar with this field, he clearly understands what a gigantic some 30 billion Chinese dollars is. See that? You can just grow out your legs again with an Elixir of Life. At that time, you can stand up and confidently stand in front of Nan and her parents. As Luo Feng said that, Luo Hua shook his head. N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. Bro, 30 billion man. Yeah, the assets of the extremely rich men of China, near 100 billion. However, that's just the price of their stocks. First, their stocks are restricted, so they don't have the authority to sell off all of it. Next, even if they could, the enormous amount would smash the market, since the value of them nears 100 billion. They'll be lucky to sell it off for 40 to 50 billion. Luo Hua shook his head. 30 billion in cash. Very few people in all of China can pull that out. Luo Feng took out his cell phone from his pocket and started to log into the Swiss International Bank's nameless account. In just a mere moment, he entered the account. Bro, what are you doing? Luo Hua looked at Luo Feng with confusion on his face. Look at this, Luo Feng passed the phone over. Luo Hua was full of confusion. Why is his brother passing his phone over at a time like this? He lowered his head and looked at the phone's display, which was clearly showing the amount of money stored. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros. Luo Hua blankly stared at the number 2880 000 0000. 28.8 billion. Luo Hua raised his head towards Luo Feng, his face full of shock. His brother just became a fighter recently, so how did he make this gigantic sum of money? This amount of money is frightening. What he didn't know was that Luo Feng took so many risks that he almost lost his life. And that's with his special spirit reader powers too. Luo Hua, said Luo Feng. Luo Hua blankly stared at his brother, not knowing what to say. All I want to say to you is, your brother definitely has the ability to purchase an elixir of life. Luo Feng looked seriously at his brother. And you will definitely stand up again. Luo Hua's entire body was shaking. He wasn't dumb. Obviously, his brother took a gigantic risk to earn that 28.8 billion, since nothing is free on this world. The larger the risk, the larger the reward. And all of this was for him. Bro! Luo Hua hugged Luo Feng and couldn't hold back his tears any longer. Luo Feng lightly patted his brother's back. A long moment later, Luo Hua, you're smart. Even smarter than me, Luo Feng said seriously. You probably know that such a gigantic amount of money can bring about many troubles. So, you definitely can't utter even a single word about this to someone else, including mom, dad, and your girlfriend. Once you say something, your brother could lose his life. Luo Hua was shocked. Bro, I won't say it even if it means death. I won't let you. No worries, smiled Luo Feng. Luo Feng only said that to make his brother understand the importance of this matter. Actually, even if the two war gods, Vulture and Scorpion, find out, they won't be able to trace it back to him. Even if his brother foolishly lets the cat out of the bag, how many people would actually believe him? Luo Hua, I told you that you'll confidently stand in front of Lady Nan and her parents. And I always back up my words, Luo Feng said softly. Okay, Luo Hua heavily nodded. He knew that he'll probably never be able to forget the astronomical number that was showed to him on his brother's phone in the audiovisual room. And he'll never forget the promise his brother gave.